I'm Oscar. In order to test the child's awareness of prevention, the police disguised themselves as a courier and went to the child's home to test him. Unexpectedly, after meeting me, things started to go astray. Little boy, your package has arrived. I was stunned. Package? My dad is not at home, and he didn't say there would be a package delivered today. Can I go in for a drink of water? The voice outside the door seemed particularly polite and a little anxious. I raised the corners of my mouth slightly. A hint of cunning flashed in my eyes, and replied sweetly, sure. After a while, I handed a glass of water to the courier outside the door. He looked at my innocent expression with a satisfied smile on his face. Child, have you ever thought that I am a bad person? But before he could open his mouth to teach me, I said seriously, Uncle, have you ever thought that this glass of water was scooped from the toilet? Ah! He was stunned, his eyes full of astonishment. The police officer pretending to be a courier was completely stunned at this moment. Things should not have turned out like this. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. A group of staff members behind the camera on the wall next to me almost laughed out loud. I replied calmly, but you never thought that I put drugs in the water, did you? The police officer held the cup, and his expression instantly became more interesting than the live broadcast. Netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly furious. Fuck, this kid is too ruthless in his counter routine. This is a live drill for primary and secondary school students' safety education planned by the Southern Xinjiang Police Department and the program team. In order to test the children's awareness of prevention, the police played the role of strangers and went to the door to test. The program team even promised that if they performed well, they would be awarded a 10,000 yuan scholarship. At the event, a middle-aged man with a full beard and a sturdy build was the first to raise his hand. Officer, hit me. Hit my child. The crowd was in an uproar, and many netizens commented on the live broadcast. Fuck, this guy looks so scary. His child won't be abused? His family? I'm afraid he will raise a naughty child. Let's do something exciting. I'm tired of ordinary families. Let's take a look at what the children of ruthless families are like. The hostess Coraline looked at the director, who nodded. She smiled and said, since this parent is so enthusiastic, we will choose your family as the first challenge target. Thank you, officer. Don't worry. If the child behaves badly, you will detain him or shoot him directly. Don't be polite. The man smiled with such heroic spirit that the people around him couldn't help but burst into laughter. The camera cuts back to my home. In the live broadcast, I'm quietly doing my homework at the desk with the ballpoint pen in my hand moving quickly. Script. It's definitely a script. The comments went viral. How is that possible? Are there still kids who do their homework on their own initiative these days? Is he really the eldest brother's son? He doesn't look like him at all. Even Coraline was slightly stunned. It seems that the child is very self-disciplined. I really judge a person by his appearance. But no one knows that under the appearance of me doing homework, I actually have the soul of an adult. That's right, I traveled through time and was accidentally bound to a god-level prank system. However, the rewards of this system are very stingy, and each time you complete a task, you can get at most 5 or 10 yuan, and the maximum reward is 50 yuan. This little pocket money is only enough to buy a few bags of spicy noodles to satisfy your cravings. It's better to study hard and get into a good university in the future. I complained silently in my heart. Just as I finished the last math problem, I heard a slight sound of footsteps and a few hurried knocks on the door. I frowned. This sound was wrong. There was no sound of a key unlocking the door, and it didn't sound like my idiot dad was back. Could it be? I raised the corner of my mouth, and the prompt sound of the prank system suddenly sounded. Triggered random task, prank the visitor outside the door. Task reward, 10 yuan. Just in time, I stood up, already thinking of a plan, and walked towards the door. Outside, the courier continued to knock on the door. Little boy, I have something urgent to do. Please open the door. I took a deep breath and answered in a childish voice. Wait a minute. Let me find the door key. After that, I blocked the peephole on the door, quietly picked up a water gun, and prepared to perform a greeting gift. Soon, there was a hurried knock on the door. I frowned and asked from a distance, Who is it? Hello, the courier. A slightly anxious voice came from outside the door. The netizens in the live broadcast room held their breath. This was a critical moment. If I opened the door, today's challenge would be a failure. But in the director's room, my father was not panicked at all, with a determined smile on his face. He knew me too well and knew that I would never be fooled so easily. Sure enough, I stood on tiptoe and took a peek through the peephole. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, and I said to myself, another courier? Who would believe that? Nowadays, there are no couriers coming to the door. Don't they just leave it at the post office? It must be my dad's doing. At this moment, a familiar mechanical voice came from my ear. Triggered mission. Trigger the suspected courier outside the door. Reward 1,000 yuan. Fuck, 1,000 yuan? I widened my eyes, feeling excited. This system is usually very stingy, but today it was generous. Whatever, I can't let this reward go. I cleared my throat and raised my voice. Courier? Are there still people delivering packages to the door of the community these days? Are they scammers? The courier outside the door was stunned for a moment and quickly added, this is a valuable item, and you must sign for it in person. At this time, netizens in the live broadcast room were already exploding. Fuck, what this kid said makes so much sense. I'm speechless. The program team is going to fail. This kid is too alert. I continued to wait for the courier outside the door, slowly opened the door a crack, and asked in a pretentious manner, okay, then tell me your name and phone number, and I'll confirm if it's from my home. The police officer outside the door froze for a moment. He was obviously not prepared for these details. The live broadcast room immediately cheered. This is amazing. This vigilance is textbook level. Just when netizens thought that the production team was going to be killed by me, the courier outside the door said calmly, the last number is 0311, Mr. Tai, right? The comments in the live broadcast room were silent for a few seconds, and then they went crazy. Oh my God, the production team is so shameless. Is this all in collusion? They even memorized my personal information. Isn't this bullying? Program team, give me the address. I'll send some express delivery over to. The number of viewers of the live broadcast soared instantly, from 5,000 to 20,000. In the studio, the host Coraline was a little worried. Will it be a bad idea to increase the difficulty temporarily like this? The director smiled bitterly and waved his hands. Who would have thought that this was not the decision of the program team at all, but his father's idea? Other parents would like their children to pass the test easily, but it's different for him. Just when the director was having a headache, a staff member beside him suddenly shouted, Director, we are on the hot search. That's great. Bring it over and have a look. The director took the phone and saw several items on the hot search list. Hot search list 5. Orange TV's pattern is really low. Hot search list 7. Science popularization program temporarily increased in difficulty. Hot search list 10. Orange TV bullies children. The director sighed. The good news is that the popularity has exploded. The bad news is that everyone is scolding us. At this time, my dad calmly said to the staff, my name is Marlon. I'm 34 years old, 178 centimeters tall, 210 kilograms in weight, and I wear size 43 shoes. The director rolled his eyes helplessly. Shoe size is not important. Who cares about this? But the next second, my voice came from the surveillance camera. Hey, courier outside the door, what's your shoe size? The live broadcast room was once again ablaze, with netizens laughing so hard that tears came out. This kid is amazing. He even asked about shoe sizes. The program team, you really hit a wall this time. After hearing my voice, the courier outside the door subconsciously answered, height 178. As soon as he said that, he suddenly reacted and quickly made amends. No, I'm just a courier. How can I know this? Haha, I sneered in my heart. This person was exposed. It turned out that my father hired someone to mess with me. The director's room in the monitoring also fell into a brief silence because of this strange conversation. The director couldn't help but look back at my father. Mr. Kai, this father and son are really a perfect match. One dared to ask, and the other almost answered. My dad looked innocent. Haha, I know this guy. I've seen through his tricks. But the staff member next to him couldn't help but complain. Mr. Kai, can you please stop making a scene like this? How can a courier know your height and shoe size? He almost gave it all away. My dad smiled awkwardly. Oh, really? Sorry, I got carried away just now. The director was already thinking about how to maximize the popularity of the show. In that case, let's temporarily increase the difficulty. Regardless of whether the child succeeds or fails, the scholarship will belong to him. This way, the show's effect and reputation can be maintained. But obviously, my dad didn't want it to end so quickly, and he said righteously, don't let him go easily. This child has no sense of safety. He never washes fruit since he was a child, and even picks up strangers' things. You must stop him. In the surveillance video, my voice sounded again. Uncle Courier, for safety reasons, I have to test you. Please answer the following questions. How much does it cost to send a small item within the province? How about a large item? How about sending from the province to another province? As soon as these words came out, the courier, outside the door, turned green in the face, cursing in his heart. What a mess of questions. I'm not a professional courier. Who would remember these? The comments in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck, this kid has become the host. Is the police officer about to collapse? Who is the challenger? This kid is too amazing. The plainclothes police officer outside the door touched the Bluetooth headset in his ear and cursed in his heart. Where are the program crew? Why don't you give me an answer quickly? Fortunately, a few seconds later, a prompt finally came from the headset. He hurriedly repeated, small items within the province are within 10 yuan, and the price will increase according to the weight if they exceed 1 kilogram. The starting price for sending to other provinces is 10 yuan, and the price will increase according to the region. After hearing the answer, I nodded and said in a childish voice, okay. The netizens in the live broadcast room held their breath, waiting to see my next move. Unexpectedly, I suddenly opened the door with a click. Netizens were instantly furious. What the hell? Was Xiaohei cheated? No way. Is this the end? Upon seeing this, the director immediately grabbed the intercom and prepared to let the police reveal their identity. But before he could say anything, he heard my voice calmly saying, you are not a courier. Tell me, who are you? The whole audience was stunned. No one expected that I could see through this test. This is amazing. This kid can see through the test, even after opening the door. What is this? A Jedi counterattack? The police officer outside the door was also a little confused, but he quickly adjusted his state and said with a smile, haha, you actually found me. I am indeed not a courier. In fact, I'm a good friend of your father. Then, can I go in and have a glass of water? I raised my eyebrows, and a familiar smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Come in? The netizens in the live broadcast room were already laughing to the point of convulsions. This kid is indeed a genius in counterattack. I looked at this strange man with a sidelong glance. Although I was suspicious of his identity, my eyes lit up instantly when I heard the word drink water. Here comes the opportunity. I was thinking about how to invite this uncle in, but I didn't expect him to come to me on his own. The opportunity to complete the system task cannot be missed. No problem. I smiled innocently and opened the door. In the live broadcast room, netizens were wailing. It's over. This game is a waste of time. I thought it was a master, but I didn't expect it to be a direct blow. Even the director in the studio couldn't help shaking his head, obviously a little disappointed with this drama, and pressed the intercom and said, James, find a chance to introduce yourself. At this moment, in the living room, the policeman sat leisurely on the sofa, put the express delivery on the coffee table, and said casually, little friend, go get a glass of water. Uncle is a little thirsty. My eyes fell on the delivery box, and I found that there was no delivery number on it. I became more suspicious. Uncle, this box is not a surprise box, right? As I said that, I suddenly opened the carton, but I only saw a bag of flour lying quietly inside. I scratched my head, feeling a little unwilling. Did I guess wrong? Go get some water, kid, the police officer urged. I turned and walked towards the kitchen, but the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Play a prank on the unknown person in the living room who is suspected to be a fugitive, and you will be rewarded with a self-defense toolbox worth 10,000 yuan. I froze when I heard this. Fugitive. System. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Thinking of the flour in the delivery box, I took a deep breath. It's too late to call the police now. I have to find a way to save myself. Why hasn't the water been poured yet? The police officer's voice came from the living room. I'll be ready soon. I quickly responded, turned my head to look at the plastic cup in my hand, and suddenly an idea came to me. The next second, I ran straight to the toilet with the cup in my hand. There was no surveillance camera in the bathroom, and the live broadcast was cut off instantly. The director in the studio asked my dad in confusion, Marlon, is this direction the bedroom? Go to the toilet. I guess he can't hold it anymore. Dad answered casually. In the toilet, I was so nervous that my palms were sweating. I quickly scooped a cup of water from the toilet. After carefully looking at it under the light to make sure it was clean, I took out a box of laxatives from the cabinet and poured 8 or 9 of them into it. Finally, I casually threw all the toilet paper into the toilet, cutting off my escape route. Holding the carefully prepared water, I returned to the living room, handed it to the policeman with both hands, and showed a harmless smile. Uncle, you have some water. The policeman took it without any doubt, drank it all, then frowned. This water tastes a bit strange? His eyes couldn't help but fall on the empty cup and then looked at me. Isn't that tap water? The policeman muttered to himself, obviously a little suspicious. Netizens in the live broadcast room were flooding the screen with comments. Brother Xiaohai, keep going. You are already great. Isn't it time to end the show here? The director in the studio pressed the intercom. James, please identify yourself. But before the police officer could speak, I suddenly said, have you ever thought that I scooped this glass of water from the toilet? The policeman was stunned on the spot and looked down at the cup in his hand. The next second he cursed, damn, you little bastard. No wonder it smells like raw water. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck, he dared to let people drink toilet water. This kid is a genius. The production team never expected that they would be defeated by the kid like this. The policeman's face was full of disbelief. I was wondering why the water tasted so strange. Kid, you can do it. He rubbed his stomach, obviously beginning to feel the power of the laxative. Chapter 5. In the live broadcast room, the situation suddenly reversed after the program team's director's studio footage was broadcast. The comments section, which was originally skeptical, suddenly became heated. Initially, many netizens raised questions. Which parent would deliberately increase the difficulty of the test? Is this because of a grudge? Isn't this clearly a fight against money? Are there any parents who have a grudge against their own children? However, when Marlin's accusation came out from the screen, the angry tone and sad expression made many people speechless and even began to empathize with him. Some people sighed. This is not an ordinary parent. He has a deep hatred for his own son. The trend in the barrage area changed instantly. Big Brother's furious look is so real. I am completely on Big Brother's side now. This brat is so annoying. This son appears harmless, but he is really a nobody behind the scenes. I understand Big Brother Sue is really forced into a corner. Marlin in the director's room was filled with mixed feelings and suddenly came to his senses. Wait, those images just now were broadcast, he asked in amazement. The director was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, the whole process will be broadcast live. Marlin's face froze when he heard this. He had the image of a tough guy, a big brother in the underworld, but now he was surrounded by thousands of people and crying about being falsely accused of stealing underwear. My reputation is completely ruined, he cursed with gnashing teeth. Is this brat born to be my nemesis? Just as Marlin was getting angrier and angrier, he asked again tentatively, Director, can I request that the picture be blurred? The director glanced at the live broadcast data and replied helplessly, I'm afraid it's too late. The live broadcast room has now exceeded 50,000 people, and there are also hot searches. Congratulations, Mr. Sue, you are famous. Hearing this, Marlin was completely speechless. He had become the first man to become famous because of his son's report. However, when his face was blurred in the camera, the atmosphere changed again. Marlin, with his face covered in tattoos, stood next to a staff member in uniform. As soon as the picture came out, he instantly became a criminal suspect. The comments went viral. Haha, Brother Sue has turned into Sue XXX. This mosaic is so soulful. Brother, stop mosaicing, it makes him look more like a criminal. Marlin took a deep breath, his face turning blue and purple. He finally exploded. Director, remove the code. Do you have to wait until I am edited into a legal program? The director agreed with a smile, and the staff quickly switched the screen, restoring the live broadcast room to normal. On the other side, in the surveillance footage, Oscar appeared calm and composed. Faced with the policeman disguised as a courier, he had already made up his mind. This guy was definitely arranged by his father Marlin. Oscar raised his lips and quickly launched a counterattack. Congratulations on passing the first round of tests. Next, as long as you answer my questions correctly, you can complete the challenge and open the door. Otherwise, I will refuse to accept it and report it to after-sales service. This move of taking the initiative left the police outside the door stunned. They thought to themselves, isn't this a test for the children? How did it become a test for me? Courier uncle, please listen to the question, Oscar said slowly. How much does it cost to ship within the province? What about outside the province? How much freight do you have? The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. The policeman's mentality collapsed instantly. How could he know the answer to such a question? Before he could recover, the countdown reached 7. The police officer was so anxious that he couldn't help but touch the invisible Bluetooth in his ear, hoping that the program team could give him some clues. However, there was silence in the earphones, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, Baidu should have the answer. What are these people doing? The countdown was approaching 4, and the police officer answered with gritted teeth. Sending a package. Just use the mini app to check the price. We have all the prices. I thought I could pass it by just doing it perfunctorily, but Oscar sneered and continued to count down. 3, 2, without slowing down at all. The policeman was completely panicked. He cursed in his heart. This brat is not only naughty, but also full of pressure. Who can stand it? However, the audience in the live broadcast room were already laughing. Uncle Policeman, you have come to this day. The kid is so awesome. He turned the tables and played the host. Who dares to underestimate this kid's imagination? Even the policeman himself couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that there is a reason why Marlon is so angry. This guy is really infuriating. Chapter 6. As the countdown approached the last second, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became extremely tense. The police officer was groaning in his heart. How could a plainclothes leader be defeated by a child? With only 2 seconds left in the countdown, the program team finally came to the rescue prompt in the headphones. If it is sent from this province to this province, it is within 10 yuan. If it exceeds 1 kilogram, the fee will be increased according to the weight. If it is sent from this province to other provinces, the fee will be increased according to the region if it exceeds 10 yuan. The police officer was relieved and quickly and fluently repeated the answer. His speed and tone were so fast that it seemed as if he had recited it thousands of times. The audience in front of the screen was instantly ignited by the barrage area. Shameless, cheating behind the scenes. Ha ha, this is not a plainclothes police officer. He must be a cheating instructor. The policeman looked towards the door confidently, thinking that the little brat was finally going to admit defeat, but unexpectedly Oscar snorted coldly and actually opened the door directly. Is this the end? The audience was dumbfounded, and the live broadcast room was filled with comments. Fuck, is that so? They just lost like that. The production team is still the production team, and the kids are still kids. They lost completely. The policeman breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had won a small victory. However, when the door opened, Oscar was standing at the door, his eyes were sharp, and his childish voice was full of aggressive momentum. You're not a courier. Tell me, who are you? In an instant, the whole audience was silent. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments. Amazing! This wave of predictions is so stable. Little brother, I'll make it clear to you that this is not a loss, but a comeback. The police officer was stunned, and various details flashed through his mind. He tried hard to recall what flaw he had revealed. How could this little devil see through him? Marlon stared at the surveillance screen, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. I knew it wasn't over yet. In the picture, Oscar stared confidently at the express box in the policeman's hand and smiled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, this was my dad's idea, right? The police officer was completely stunned. This kid was too thorough. Helplessly, he forced a smile and said, you actually found out. Well, I am indeed a good friend of your father. However, the drama does not end there. Come in and have a drink of water? The police officer asked tentatively. Oscar's eyes lit up as if he had already intended this, and he nodded repeatedly. Okay. It's your treat. I'd be embarrassed to refuse. In the studio, the director finally breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at the screen and proudly announced, "This is the veteran actor." At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room had already burst into laughter. This is the genetic battlefield of the Marlon family. Little kid, it's just acting. Do you really think I'm 3 years old? The production team should really give this kid an MVP. At this point, a seemingly ordinary safety test turned into a peak showdown of acting skills. Chapter 7. James, a plainclothes policeman, originally thought that this safety test could be completed easily. However, Oscar, a seemingly ordinary child, completely lost control of the situation in a suspenseful confrontation. At the beginning of the show, James disguised himself as a courier to test the children's vigilance. However, Oscar saw through his identity at a glance. Uncle, your courier box doesn't even have a tracking number? This sentence made James embarrassed instantly. But Oscar's reaction was due to the high alertness that he had been trained by his father Marlon's pranks on a daily basis, rather than real wisdom. Just when James thought he had won, the director gave him the order to reveal his identity through the intercom. However, the plot suddenly took a hilarious turn. Oscar picked up the cardboard box and smiled like a trickster. Uncle, is there a surprise box in this box? Then he suddenly opened the box and shouted, Surprise! There was only a bag of ordinary flour inside. The air suddenly became quiet, and the audience in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy. Little genius, the prank failed. But Oscar obviously didn't believe it. He stared at the bag of flour silently, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. My dad's IQ can't reach this level. Is this uncle really a fugitive? At this time, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Task: prank the suspected fugitive. Reward self-defense toolbox plus 10,000 yuan. Oscar was instantly so nervous that his scalp was numb. Is this uncle in front of him really an S-level fugitive? He secretly used a children's watch to search the wanted criminal list, but found nothing. At this moment, the fugitive James in the living room urged impatiently. Little boy, is the water ready? Oscar wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, right away. He turned around and secretly took the water cup into the bathroom. The next second, his eyes became cunning. Want to drink water? Go drink shit. James sat on the sofa waiting for water, unaware that the test had already gone astray. And Oscar's prank plan had just begun. Chapter 8. Zaihage's prank plan to kill the fugitive. In the orange live broadcast room, the audience waited with bated breath, but the surveillance screen showed only an empty living room. Oscar suddenly evaporated, holding a disposable cup, and everyone was wondering what he had done. The director couldn't help but ask Marlon, where did the child go? To the bedroom. Marlon replied with a strange expression. To the bathroom? Maybe you want to pee? The director nodded in agreement with this explanation, but Marlon's heart was alarmed. He knew his son well. Would he be well behaved? Impossible. Oscar in the bathroom took a deep breath into the toilet. The system's task was still ringing in his ears. Prank. The suspected fugitive. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt the courier in the living room was. Powder in the carton, fake identity, each one of them was full of danger. He looked at the water in the cup and smiled evilly. Drink water? Drink a surprise meal? The next second, he skillfully scooped a cup of toilet special and then took out a box of laxatives from the cabinet. Regular dose? This is a fugitive. How can I show mercy? So he opened 8 capsules, poured them all into the water and stirred them, and after confirming that they were colorless and odorless, he nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. Just as he was about to leave, he looked around and realized that something was missing. His eyes locked onto the toilet paper, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. He quickly wet all the toilet paper and threw it into the toilet, even tucking the toilet towel into his clothes to ensure that there was no evidence at the scene. After everything was done, he walked out of the toilet with a cup of deadly seasoning water in his hand, looking innocent. In the living room, James was already thirsty. Seeing Oscar bringing water, he took it without any suspicion and drank it all up with a gulp. A childish voice sounded. Uncle, is the water delicious? James put down the cup and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. You are so good. This scene moved the audience in the live broadcast room to tears. This child is so sensible. Live broadcast of human warmth. Thumbs up. Only Marlon covered his face in the director's room and whispered, It's over. Can people drink water? James was still unaware at the moment, and even stood up to continue talking to Oscar. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and his face turned pale in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The audience in the live broadcast room began to post comments. What's going on? Is this policeman feeling unwell? Is there something wrong with the water? On the other hand, Oscar showed a victorious smirk outside the camera. Uncle Fugitive, welcome to experience my hospitality. D9 Dong, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? The kid's trick of using feces water. Why does this water taste a bit strange? James frowned slightly and stared at the disposable cup in his hand. The taste of raw water rushed to the tip of his tongue after he drank the water. He muttered in his heart, the kitchen is so long, and it turns out that it is connected to the tap. On the other side of the camera, the audience in the live broadcast room shook their heads and sighed. Little brother is in trouble. He will definitely be eliminated this time. Although he lost, he was really great. In the studio, the director pressed the intercom. James, reveal your identity. The test is over. Everyone thought that the show was about to end. However, Oscar in the video tilted his head and smiled harmlessly. Uncle, don't you think this glass of water is special? James' face froze, and he glanced at the cup. Especially? What do you mean? Oscar said in a sweet tone. Well, especially because this water was scooped from the toilet. The air froze instantly. What? James' hands trembled, and he almost smashed the cup. His face turned pale, and he resisted the urge to curse. Live broadcast, calm down. But the next second, his stomach suddenly churned violently, and his eyes were full of fear. What is going on? Oscar blinked and shook the empty box of laxative in his hand. Uncle, I forgot to tell you that I added some ingredients in it. After that, he smiled and took a few steps back, avoiding the path to the bathroom, as if admiring his masterpiece. James was so angry that his fingers were shaking. You. Before he finished speaking, cold sweat had already slid down his forehead. He no longer cared about his image, covered his stomach with one hand, and rushed to the bathroom with the other hand. However, the moment he pushed the door open, he was stunned. The toilet was full of wet toilet paper, and the towel had disappeared. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Ha ha ha. Oscar has blocked his retreat. The ace plainclothes officer was knocked down by the kid. The most hilarious rollover moment of the year. At the same time, laughter broke out in the director's room. Ha ha, James is famous all over the country. The director wiped his tears and said, "Stop laughing, he's going to fight with the laxative." Outside the bathroom, Oscar looked at the furious James and forced out an innocent smile. Uncle, the laxative is working well, right? Don't worry. I'll pour you another glass of water to moisten your throat. James completely collapsed. You little bastard. The rest of the words were drowned out by a strange sound. Chapter 10. James on the sofa pointed at me, his hands shaking, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. He couldn't understand why there was such a little bastard like me. The glass of water he just drank was scooped from the toilet by me, and I added 9 laxatives. James recalled the warning from his father Marlon before the show started. Don't be polite, be careful. This brat is not simple. At that time, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was just parents being too cautious. Now he understands the true meaning of Marlon's earnest advice. He regretted 1,000 times and even rethought his life. Do children have to be beaten to grow up? Anger surged up in James' head. He no longer cared about the live camera and shouted, "Don't run." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed towards me. But after running 2 steps, his face suddenly changed, his legs clamped together, and he stopped. A sudden puff sound came from him. The air suddenly solidified, and all the sounds seemed to be still. I pointed in the direction of the toilet and said with a smile, "The toilet is over there, Uncle." James covered his stomach and looked at me, but he finally gave in to his physiological needs and ushed into the bathroom. When he closed the door, the sound was as fast as thunder. Then, a sound of clear spring running came from the bathroom, distant and clear. The live broadcast room barrage exploded instantly. Ha 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 ha. The power of the 9-turn large intestine is invincible. This water is really the fountain of life. James is completely screwed. Will he have to poop all night this time? For a moment, the laughter of the audience in the live broadcast room almost overflowed the screen. In the director's room, the staff all covered their mouths and laughed until their faces turned red. The director tried to hold back his laughter while reminding on the intercom, "Calm down and continue the live broadcast." This live broadcast became a huge hit, with over 100,000 viewers and even on the trending search list. But amid the laughter in the studio, Zhang Dihai, deputy director of the Nanjiang police station, pushed the door open. He looked at everyone with a stern face. "What are you laughing at?" The program was about popularizing safety awareness, but what happened? It was counter-popularized by an elementary school student. Everyone lowered their heads instantly, and the atmosphere in the director's room was so depressing that it seemed to freeze. Deputy Director Zhang scolded them one by one. "How could none of you 20 people suspect anything? He took 2 minutes to pour the water, and none of you reminded him." The scolding continued, and finally he said, "Write a report, write it all," and then walked away. However, after a few steps, laughter was heard from outside the studio. Deputy Director Zhang's voice echoed in the empty corridor. "Ha ha ha! Toilet water! Laxatives, huh?" The staff in the director's room looked at each other, and the laughter that had been suppressed for a long time finally broke out. Leaders are also human beings, and it was really hard to suppress their laughter. After laughing, the show had to continue. The director concluded, "Director Zhang's meaning is very clear. The test must continue, but we can no longer use the remote communication function." A staff member was stunned for a moment. "What does this mean?" The director said in a complicated tone, "Probably to test our safety awareness. After all, we just fell flat on our face, so we have to save some face." The live broadcast started again, and at this time I was already planning a bigger surprise for the next plan. Chapter 11. After Orange TV inserted a commercial, the live broadcast screen switched back to the hall monitor. The program crew seemed to be doing the same thing as before, but in fact, the director's room was already filled with gloom and sorrow. The director's team confirmed James' condition. He was not in danger of death for the time being, but he was still trapped in the toilet. The effect of the laxative was obviously more intense than expected. How long will it take for him to come out? The director rubbed his temple with a complicated expression. It's not certain yet. It depends on how long the drug lasts. The staff member replied helplessly. What about Oscar? Can we continue the test? It depends on his performance. If he calls the police, it will end immediately. Meanwhile, I was busy during the live broadcast. I locked onto my next target, the main water valve at home. In the video, I carefully approached the corner, found the valve, and quickly turned off the water pipe. There was an uproar in the director's room, and everyone turned their eyes to Marlon, wondering what the kid was doing. Marlon was silent for a moment and explained with a complicated expression. He is cutting off the water. There is no paper in the toilet, and now water is the last resort. The director's room was quiet for a moment, and then a burst of laughter broke out. Ha ha! This move of cutting off the source of the trouble is absolutely amazing. Genius. He really is a genius. Can this show continue to air? The people are almost gone. After turning off the water valve, I went into the kitchen and turned on the faucet to make sure that every drop of water in the pipe was drained. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding! Mission completed. Reward self-defense toolbox plus 10,000 yuan. Please go to the bedroom to collect it. Not bad. I nodded with satisfaction. The reward is much richer than before. It seems that this effort has not been in vain. However, I didn't relax after completing the task. I glanced back at the bathroom and confirmed that James would not be able to come out for a while. So I took the opportunity to call the police. Beep, beep. The phone was connected, and a gentle female voice came. Hello, this is Nanjiang Yayoling. Police, Aunt? I want to call the police. I blurted out. The operator on the other end of the phone unexpectedly said something that shocked me. Congratulations, Oscar. You succeeded. Before she could finish, my hands shook and I hung up the phone. The director's room fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Hang up. He hung up. The operator stared at the screen in disbelief. Call back. The director slammed the table in anxiety. But I was prepared. The moment the call was connected, I quickly pressed the power off button. Watching the screen of Xiao Xiankai go off, cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I thought that calling the police would solve everything, but the person on the other end of the phone actually said my name instantly. This detail made me feel cold to the bottom of my heart. Could it be that the bad guys have infiltrated the police station? I looked down at the box of white powder. The laws in Daxia were very strict on this kind of stuff. 10 grams was enough to be sentenced, and this box weighed 2 kilograms. Thinking of the courier in the toilet, I became more and more suspicious that he had a complicated background. At this point, I could only rely on myself. Calm down, you must calm down. I took a deep breath and decided to make the next plan. This game has just begun. Chapter 12. Hang up the alarm, and Oscar is reasoning about the truth. During the live broadcast, I dialed the police number, and a childish voice rang out throughout the live broadcast. Police, Aunt. I want to call the police. The barrage of comments immediately filled the screen, and the audience cheered, thinking that the test had finally come to an end. Congratulations, Oscar. The operator's voice had not yet fallen, and the next second, the beep-beep hang-up sound broke all expectations. The audience was stunned, and the staff in the director's room were even more dumbfounded. The kid hung up the phone call to the police. The brain circuit is beyond the sky, and it is difficult for mortals like us to understand. But I didn't stop. I turned off the phone decisively and even pulled out the SIM card. The whole process was decisive and calm. Everyone was guessing the reason. Facing the gaze of the director's studio, Marlon could only cough and say, "Let's wait and see." But I know that the truth is far more complicated than they imagined. I paced in the hall, thinking, frowning. The person on the other end of the line could say my name instantly. How could an ordinary operator know this? Thinking of the courier in the toilet and the box of white powder, my mind quickly connected everything. How did the fake courier get my information? Why did he come here with so many goods? There must be a bigger conspiracy behind all this. Glancing across the living room, I vaguely understood the truth. More than 2 kilograms of goods were obviously not for personal use, and the apartment here was likely a trading point or a meeting place. Combining this information, I came to a spine-chilling conclusion. The meeting person was my seemingly unreliable father, Marlon. At this moment, a crash sound came from the bathroom, and the live broadcast barrage exploded instantly. Ha! The fugitive is still fighting in the toilet. No paper, no water. He is so miserable. The kid has seen through everything at a glance. I adjusted my imaginary glasses and smiled meaningfully. There is only one truth. All this is Marlon's black spot in the transaction, and I am taking the initiative in the situation. Chapter 13. I've long felt that there was something wrong with this old dang. I shook my head, looking disappointed in him. He's really not a good person. I opened the box, revealing the white powder inside, and sighed. Thinking back to Marlon's usual inexplicable actions, such as sending me away from time to time and using the identity of a tattoo artist as a cover, it now seems suspicious. And he was able to get away with so many reports easily. Obviously, someone was secretly arranging it. Thinking of this, I can't help but sigh. Darkness, too dark. But it all made sense. I took out my phone, put the SIM card back in, turned on the phone, and decided to call Marlon, the old man, to persuade him to change his ways. However, after the call was connected, the big words on the phone screen flashed. Dad. The ringtone rang. Son, I'm your dad. The comments in the live broadcast room were boiling instantly. This phone ringtone made me laugh to death. The kid is arguing with his dad. The amount of information is full. Then there really is something wrong with loud dang, right? At the same time, in the director's room, Marlon's cell phone also rang. He subconsciously picked it up, but found that all the police officers around him were staring at him with meaningful eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly and said, Officer, it's unfair. I'm a good citizen. No one believed him. My few unintentional complaints just now had already made everyone suspicious. The director had to smooth things over. Don't answer the phone, and don't hang up so as not to arouse suspicion. Marlon finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he felt mixed emotions. What on earth did I do to deserve such a jerk of a son? At this moment, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded with comments. What is the white powder in the box? The surveillance camera captured a corner of the box. Although it was blurry, it was enough to trigger the audience's imagination. The discussion instantly swept the entire screen. The program team is playing such a big game. Is it real? The kid is treating flour as contraband. In the studio, the director glared at the props team. Who told you to put the powder? A prop master with a hat stood up and waved his hands repeatedly. It's just ordinary flour. Who knew this kid opened the box? Hearing that it was flour, the director finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't forget to submit your self-review after the show. But the audience in the live broadcast room and the staff in the director's room only then understood why I was so concerned about the express box. Obviously, I had already regarded it as contraband, and all the subsequent actions were all for countering criminals. At this time, I tried to call Marlon again, but there were 3 missed calls and no one answered. The robotic female voice repeated, Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Sure enough, something's wrong. I frowned, confirming that he hadn't been arrested yet, but he was obviously in big trouble. After hesitating for a moment, I opened Weixin and sent a voice message, which was only 3 seconds long. Stop it, Lao Deng. There are police everywhere outside. Marlon's phone rang in the studio, and everyone watched with bated breath. After clicking play, my childish voice echoed. Stop it, old dang. There are police everywhere outside. The scene was instantly silent. All the police officers looked at Marlon, as if they were sizing up their prey. The smile on Marlon's face gradually froze. Officer, I am innocent, he cried out with tears in his eyes. I am a good citizen. Chapter 14. In the director's room, several tall policemen surrounded Marlon. As tough as he was, with his tattoos all over his body, he looked particularly powerless at the moment. Compared with these big guys, over 1.8 meters tall, his momentum was not enough. The dim light stretched the police's shadows, looming over Marlon like a mountain. Even more frightening was that someone had already pulled out a baton and a stun gun, and it seemed that if Marlon showed any resistance, he would be pinned down immediately. Marlon raised his hands and squatted on the ground, his face full of despair. Who did I offend? He wanted to cry, but had no tears, and was extremely angry. He originally teamed up with the program team to play a prank on his son Oscar, but in the end, he became the one who was tricked. At first, Oscar's complaints only aroused some suspicion. However, when the voice message came, Marlon was completely unjust. In order to show his cooperation, he squatted down and held his head. Officer, I am really wronged. Do you believe it? The director sneered and said bluntly, can an ordinary person hold his head so skillfully? You look like a habitual offender. This sentence made Marlon feel sad. He was anonymously reported more than a dozen times this year, and every time he had to stay in the police station for reflection. Who is not skilled? This is more unfair than what happened to Do-e. The image of this tough guy completely collapsed, and there were tears welling up in his eyes. But the director was unmoved. He stared at the voice message in his mobile phone and clicked it. Oscar's childish voice sounded again. Stop it, old dang. There are police everywhere outside. This sentence contained an overwhelming amount of information. Rex, the former Nanjiang detective, has now been transferred to work as a program director, but his many years of criminal investigation experience made him smell something wrong instantly. Oscar already knew the true identity of the courier, but he still drugged James and mixed him with 9 laxatives. There must be a deeper, hidden story behind this behavior. Rex's eyes were sharp, and he said in a deep voice, pause the live broadcast and insert a commercial. At this time, the advertisements in the live broadcast room made countless viewers realize that something was out of the ordinary. The tattooed guy is really a gangster? Did the program team get a second-class merit in the live broadcast? Could the goods in the box be real? Meanwhile, Marlon sat in the studio with a wry smile on his face. In his heart, 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. Why did I sign up so enthusiastically in the first place? Now I have received a pair of silver bracelets and 3 meals a day. Despite this, he was temporarily locked up in a toilet cubicle, awaiting further questioning by the police. Marlon was confused. I didn't do anything, so how could I be a suspect? How could my son drug the police and be blamed on me? On the other side, I was in the living room and didn't know about Marlon's miserable situation. I was thinking about my next plan, but was suddenly interrupted by the system prompt in my mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, successfully tricking Marlon, the suspected mastermind behind the scenes, and receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. I was stunned for a moment, completely confused. When did I trick my dad? Coming back to my senses, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. All this is really not what I meant. Chapter 15. Rex sat in the center of the studio, tapping the table with his fingertips, staring at the screen intently. He pointed at the screen and said, stop. The screen was frozen on Oscar opening the delivery box and seeing the complicated expression on his face when he saw the flower. From this moment on, James' identity has been exposed. Rex said calmly. Oscar obviously regarded this bag of flour as a test, and even guessed that Marlon might have been controlled by us. The decision to drug him probably started from here. The policeman at the side frowned and asked, Director, should we go and take the person back now? Rex waved his hand to refuse. Don't worry, this is your first lesson, psychological warfare. He paused and added, Marlon is in our hands now. In less than 5 minutes, the kid will get restless and will definitely contact other people. Just keep an eye on him now. He pointed to another part of the video playback. Remember just now when he opened the door, he suddenly asked a series of strange questions? Normal people would not test themselves before opening the door, let alone ask those messed up questions. But what if there are secret codes hidden in those questions? Rex's words silenced all the police officers present. A police officer took a deep breath and said, if that's the case, then everything can be explained. The courier who came to the door didn't have a tracking number, and the carton did meet the transaction conditions. Oscar opened the door first, confirmed that the carton was correct, and then immediately closed the door and started asking questions. I guess this was a code for the connection. Everyone was shocked and nodded. Rex shook his head and smiled bitterly. We are lucky to have hit upon the code. He added, however, their code is exactly the same as the template on Baidu, which is really ridiculous. The police then asked, how do you explain Oscar hanging up the phone after calling the police? Rex looked calm. That's easier to explain. For elementary school students, calling the police is a normal reaction. But if they have been living on the edge of the law for a long time, their first reaction will be to hang up because they understand that calling the police may bring more trouble. Marlon's complex resume. At the same time, a staff member handed over Marlon his background information. 38 years old, currently a tattoo artist, and a former member of the Nanjiang Tattoo Club. Wait, Rex interrupted. Is this the club that's a front for the criminal gang? The staff nodded. Yes, but what's strange is that Marlon took the initiative to cancel his membership 2 months after the club was established and never participated in any activities again. Everyone was stunned. This was too much of a coincidence. Rex sneered. find out why he quit. In fact, only Marlon himself knows the real reason. At the beginning, his son Oscar and another tattoo artist in the tattoo shop tattooed a JoJo-style pleasant goat on his chest. In order not to be laughed at by members in the bathhouse, Marlon left the club in shame. Who would have thought that this weird tattoo that saved him from being purged by the criminal gangs back then would now become the focus of suspicion by the police? Oscar's choice. I turned on the TV in the living room surveillance camera, but I didn't stay in the hall. I went to the balcony and stared at the dim sky in a daze. The cold wind blew, and I sighed. It's finally come to this. The system's prompts kept echoing in my mind. The suspected mastermind is Marlon. I originally thought that Marlon was just an insignificant character, a middleman at most. Unexpectedly, he was the ultimate boss of this criminal network. No wonder everything is so weird today. I muttered to myself, with a bag of flour, the fugitive, and Marlon who had not returned yet emerging in my mind. Looking at the sky in the distance, I whispered, "The wind is blowing." My Sioux family has finally reached this point. Chapter 16. The live broadcast of Orange TV has been suspended for more than an hour, and during the commercial breaks, rumors were flying everywhere. The initial official explanation was that the equipment failed during the police test and the program was suspended, but with the blockade of hot searches, public opinion completely got out of control. The stories circulating on the internet are getting more and more outrageous. The policeman went into the operating room for acute appendicitis. I heard that he got an upset stomach from drinking feces. What feces? It's the gangster's cow stomach hot pot. What's the difference between eating pure cow stomach and eating shit? Some people even swore that during the live broadcast, the policeman mistakenly entered the den of evil gangs and was beaten and hung up to be fed feces. As rumors spread, the suspension of Orange TV became a national topic. The authorities blocked the hot searches while trying to put out the fire. But the more they blocked, the more fanatical the public opinion became, and the number of reposts soared. In the end, this originally ordinary live broadcast was hyped up into a patriotic sentiment of the police and the people event that attracted national attention. Crisis in the studio. At the center of this public opinion storm, Nanjiang's top management finally couldn't sit still. The Orange TV program team received a call from a senior executive, instructing them to resume live broadcasting immediately. After Director Rex answered the phone, he returned to the director's room with a gloomy face. The higher-ups require that the live broadcast be resumed within 10 minutes. Otherwise, the Nanjiang police station and the propaganda department will all be punished, he said word by word. The director's room was completely silent. The staff who were originally excited to make a contribution felt as if they had been poured with a bucket of cold water. There was not enough evidence to support further investigation, and resuming the live broadcast would mean missing out on key clues. Rex took a deep breath, stood in front of everyone, and bowed slightly. It was my impulsiveness this time that caused everyone to be implicated. He said, "I didn't expect the umbrella behind the other party to be so powerful. We must retreat temporarily now." However, instead of retreating, the people were in high spirits. Someone shouted, "Minister Lee, I am not afraid of death. I will investigate with you." Yes, the more this happens, the more it shows that we have encountered a big fish. Find out the umbrella behind this. We must not retreat. Rex was relieved by the comments. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's investigate together. But to investigate further, we have to keep our police uniforms first. So, the live broadcast must be resumed." He looked around at everyone. When the live broadcast resumes later, everything will be normal. No flaws can be revealed. Marlon's decision. Someone asked hesitantly, "What about Marlon? He may be a key figure. Are they really going to let him go?" Everyone knew that Marlon was suspicious, but without solid evidence, forcibly detaining him would only lead to trouble. Rex lowered his head and thought for a moment, and finally made up his mind. Let him go. The police officers were all very unhappy, but no one objected. Rex added, "Keep an eye on him. Since he is a clue, there will definitely be follow-up actions." Following an order, Marlon was uncuffed in the bathroom. He walked out confused, not knowing what had just happened in the studio, but he felt that he might not be far from prison. Resumed live broadcast. The lights were turned back on, and the live broadcast screen returned to normal, but the atmosphere in the director's room was still tense. Oscar on the screen stood alone on the balcony. The wind ruffled his hair. He sighed and said to himself, "Sure enough, he's here." He looked at the dim sky with deep doubt in his eyes. I should have known that the Sue family would be involved in these troubles sooner or later. At this moment in the director's room, everyone held their breath, waiting for Oscar's next move. Chapter 17, Mr. Sue, I'm so sorry, it's just a misunderstanding. I was uncuffed while looking confused. I felt a little guilty at first, but when I saw the police officers apologizing repeatedly, I suddenly became more courageous. Fuck, I'm a good citizen. What am I afraid of? I walked out of the bathroom quickly, but stopped after taking one step. This live broadcast was delayed by 1 minute, so it must not have been broadcasted. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. My image has not completely collapsed, and I can still pretend that nothing has happened if I maintain it well. I turned around, smoothed my hair in front of the mirror, adjusted my clothes, and made sure I looked dignified before stepping out again. As soon as I came out, I saw a group of police officers staring at me, with a complex meaning in their eyes that I couldn't explain. Officer, thank you for your hard work. I greeted him with a smile, showing my full cooperation. I don't know, is there anything else you want to ask? I just moved my wrists, but I didn't expect that this action was misunderstood by the police officers. In their eyes, every action I took now seemed to have a deeper meaning. Huh, can't you find me? Thank you for your hard work, officers. You must have worked hard, right? Anything else you want to ask? Ask. You won't get anything anyway. Even the action of adjusting my appearance was interpreted as the calm and unhurried style of a big boss behind the scenes. One of the staff members whispered to Director Rex, Director, look, this guy is so arrogant that he doesn't want to act anymore. Rex waved his hand, walked straight to me, forced a smile, held out his hand, and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Sue. I made a misunderstanding just now. When I saw your tattoo, I mistakenly recognized the wanted criminal. I was shocked. It turned out to be the tattoo's fault, but I still shook his hand politely. I see. It's okay. It's what I should do. But I never expected that Rex would interpret my response as a provocation. He sneered in his heart. You are pretending to be quite good. You are really good at acting. He obviously used more force when shaking hands. I noticed it, but I didn't think much of it. I just thought it was a friendly greeting. Instead, I said casually, Director Lee, you don't have enough strength. It seems you need to exercise more. Rex's face instantly fell. He cursed in his heart. Are you mocking our incompetence? Fine, great. I will get to the bottom of this. Tension's on the other side. At the same time, everyone in the director's room stared at the monitoring screen intently. The staff reported, Oscar is out of the monitoring range. Rex looked up. Leaving? Going out. No, he should go back to the bedroom. The staff replied. Rex thought for a moment. He didn't realize he was being monitored. He went back to the bedroom to get something or to contact someone. Is the bedroom close to the bathroom? It's very close. James should be able to hear it, the staff replied. James, who had spent more than 2 hours in the toilet. Rex nodded. Contact James. The information he can hear is extremely important to us. Just as the staff was about to contact him, the phone rang and a message popped up on WayXine. Director, it's from James. Everyone held their breath, and Rex finally smiled with relief. As expected, the old comrade is still reliable. Let's see what he said. The staff member unlocked his phone, stared at the screen for a moment, and his expression suddenly became extremely strange. What's wrong? What did he say? Rex asked with a frown. The staff member raised his head, his voice trembling with laughter. He asked, could you send some paper over? Rex, there was a brief silence in the director's room, followed by a burst of uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 18, Mr. Sue, I'm sorry, what a misunderstanding. As soon as the handcuffs were loosened, before I could react from my confusion, several policemen began to apologize to me politely. This instantly hardened my heart. What is there for a good citizen to be afraid of? But as soon as I moved my hands a few times, the policemen's eyes became strange, as if every movement of mine was endowed with special meaning. Coupled with the tattoos, it was obvious that they regarded me as some kind of extraordinary person. Thank you for your hard work, officer. Is there anything else you want to ask? This was meant to be a polite remark, but in the eyes of the other party, it was like a provocation. What was even more amazing was that Director Rex actually reached out and shook my hand with a complex expression that seemed to see through me. At the same time, the live broadcast of Orange TV finally resumed, but the screen showed an empty hall. The host Coraline picked up the microphone with a smile on her face. I'm very sorry. There was a problem with the equipment just now. The situation was so embarrassing that one could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with one's toes, and everyone was hoping that James would come out of the bathroom quickly to save the situation. But at this time, Rex's mind had already flown elsewhere. He looked at me and asked, "Mr. Sue, why did you take the initiative to sign up for this program? I think Oscar has a good sense of safety, and it seems that you are not doing it for the bonus." I smiled bitterly. "Alas, it's because my home is too dangerous." As soon as I said this, Rex's expression changed slightly, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I turned my head and thought about the fear that I was usually controlled by the prank system. I couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed a psychological battle every day when I went home. But in Rex's eyes, everything was completely different. He recalled the recent rumors in Nanjiang. 2 underground gangs went to war, one of the leaders died unexpectedly, and the entire underground circle was in turmoil. He narrowed his eyes and looked at my conspicuous big flower arm. "Is he the leader of the Qinglong gang?" "No, one of the neighborhood is so dangerous." At this moment, he hurried to the stairwell nearby, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. "Xiao Liao, has anyone been caught in your Sunshine community?" The voice on the other end of the phone was a little excited. "We arrested a few henchmen, but the leader ran away. He is from a powerful group, carrying cocaine and trying to frame someone." Rex took a deep breath, sneered, and muttered, "It's him." On the other side, in a quiet alley outside the community, several yellow-haired young men who were fleeing in a hurry were gasping for breath. "Brother Dao, didn't you say this is the safest place?" Brother Dao's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. "What the hell? We've been targeted. There's a traitor." Chapter 19. Oscar stood in the bedroom, staring at the toolbox on the table, with a complex emotion in his heart. The rewards given by the system were like a spoof toy. Ropes, handcuffs, tapes, and other basic self-defense tools were not a big deal, but when he saw the stockings and strange items inside, he almost laughed out loud. There were gas masks, smoke bombs, and a toilet plunger, which seemed to be used for fun. But when he saw the quick-acting sleeping pills and hypnotic gas, he felt a little relieved. At least these things could come in handy. What surprised him the most was the pistol. Once he picked it up, he realized it was not a lethal weapon, but a water gun. Oscar looked at this self-defense tool in silence and began to doubt the system's intentions. Was it teasing him? At this moment, he suddenly thought of his dad. That idiot must be messing around outside again. He checked Xiao Tiansai's watch and found no message notifications, no red dots for calls and messages. Oscar knew that this meant his dad was already on the run. Oscar sighed helplessly, poured a glass of water, and decided to ignore all these messy things and find a way to help his dad. He picked up his phone, flipped to a small account that Marlon seldom used, and sent a voice message. "Dad, I know something must have happened to you. Please save this money while you are escaping. If it is not enough, I will find another way." After that, he transferred the 100,000 yuan and prayed silently in his heart that his father could survive this. At the same time, in the director's studio, the atmosphere was completely different. Marlon was surrounded by a group of police officers. On the surface, he was still a good citizen, but in the eyes of Director Rex, he had already identified him as the leader of a criminal gang. Suddenly, the phone rang. Marlon looked down and saw a transfer message from his son Oscar's small account. The 10,000 yuan made his face change, and he knew that this kid must be up to something. "Mr. Sue, does this have anything to do with you?" Rex asked as he read the message, his tone slightly provocative. Marlon's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, "Officer, this really has nothing to do with me. Please believe me." However, the police officers in the studio looked at him with suspicion. Rex couldn't help but laugh. This kid is quite smart. He actually used a secondary account to transfer money. Marlon's heart beat violently, and he finally realized that he might really be at his wit's end. Rex sneered, "You know, Mr. Sue, your son is a genius. He has seen through everything about you." At this moment, the voice bar of the mobile phone started playing, and Oscar's voice came clearly. "Dad, I know something must have happened to you." These words were like a sharp knife, instantly piercing Marlon's heart. Marlon's face turned even paler. Director Rex looked at the transfer record on his phone, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. $10,000. What kind of transaction is behind it, Marlon? Aren't you going to tell us? Marlon's lips trembled. Everything before him was becoming more and more difficult for him to cope with. It seemed that his secret could no longer be hidden. Chapter 20. James's most vicious revenge. Oscar heaved a sigh of relief as he heard the rewards from the system. I was a little bit distressed about this little startup capital. Unexpectedly, the system reward was directly made up. Isn't rounding it off the same as not spending any money? If the system did not have a limit on the number of tasks for individuals per day, according to his personality, as long as he could trigger the task, he would probably be able to transfer more money. Judging from the system's description, that idiot dad must have been pretty frightened. However, seeing these timely help transfer records, I will definitely forgive myself. Oscar thought for a moment, smiled, and sent a message from Weixin. You're welcome. Marlon must be so grateful when he sees the money now. I'm afraid he would be quite proud of himself as a big boy. Thank you, Uncle. Marlon's shout was heard from the studio. He felt somewhat helpless, but more than that, he felt despair in his heart. This kid must have done it on purpose, right? In this situation, Marlon has no way to defend himself. Moreover, it is obvious that the money came from unknown sources. What is the fastest way to make money? The answer is undoubtedly written in the criminal law. Even though there were many police officers watching around him, he couldn't help but pick up his phone and curse. Where did you get all this money, kid? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. When I get back, I'm going to skin you alive. Marlon cannot be considered a good person with noble character. He has never done anything bad. At most, they just litter and swear occasionally. In short, they have no manners. The same is true for my son's education. Your son may not be a good person, but he must not be a bad person. So Marlon was really angry. Seeing Marlon suddenly send a voice message, several policemen wanted to stop him, but were stopped by the director. Rex looked at Marlon with a cold attitude, but couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Even with his ruthless eyes, he didn't notice the slightest trace of performance. But it's just as well that you tip them off, and they can also reap the benefits. Obviously, he was also very clear that Marlon's action was clearly a tip-off. But Rex didn't believe that Marlon could play any tricks under surveillance. This is his confidence in his abilities. Of course, he never imagined that the best performance was no performance at all. On the other side, the staff member who was checking the unknown income under Marlon's name walked over quickly and talked in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Director, I found out. He looked a little strange. The money is in Oscar's name, and it's legal income. This was the director's turn to be surprised, and he couldn't help but ask, how can a kid get so much money? What are the revenue streams? The staff member replied, scratch lottery. It has to be said that this system's source of legal income is simple and violent. Among all kinds of legal income, scratch tickets are obviously the easiest and least suspected. It's just that not being suspected is the easiest thing to be suspected. Rex said as his expression regained its composure. That's not surprising. Sending people to monitor each lottery station and then using high-value gray industries to buy winning lottery tickets is a common money laundering method. Sunshine Community, Building F, Room 305. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Oscar's ears. There was something strange on his face. Why was the system so active today? Ding! Trigger the mission. Trick the suspected fugitive who has recovered and make him no longer a threat. Reward, General Fitness +3. Note, the average adult has 6, the current host has 3. I was already feeling a bit tired from doing the task, so I thought about taking a break. But after seeing the system task rewards, Oscar's eyes lit up and he felt excited. Shit, this is the first time I've seen a substantial improvement in rewards since the system was activated. If I complete a few more similar tasks, I will marry a beautiful, rich, and beautiful woman, become a CEO, and reach the peak of my life. Just thinking about it makes me excited. He glanced at the bathroom, and while there was still time, he quickly walked towards the kitchen with a pack of quick-acting sleeping pills in his hand. When it comes to pranks, Oscar has never lost. The daily intrigues between Oscar and Marlon, father and son, have made Oscar develop the habit of being extremely cautious at all times. As long as I'm careful enough, I won't be fooled. He smiled slightly. The fugitive was already extremely thirsty, and after 2 hours of diarrhea, his body was already at the limit of dehydration. The first thing he would do when he came out was to drink water. Given the previous example, the fugitive would never drink raw water, let alone any food handed to him. Of course, except for the water in your hand. After a while, Oscar came out of the kitchen and sat in the living room, quietly waiting for everything to happen. As Oscar reappeared in the hall surveillance, the live broadcast room that had been silent for a long time finally regained its vitality. Fuck, the kid finally came out. Brothers, I want to know what happened during the 1-hour hiatus. I don't know, it was said that the uncle who was doing the test couldn't help but pick up shit and started fighting with the kid, and then the show was suspended. No, my uncle is in the crew. I have to say that the hot search effect is really outrageous. The popularity of the program should have dropped to freezing point after being suspended for a while. However, because various rumors aroused the curiosity of the majority of netizens, the number of online viewers of the program team increased instead of decreased, approaching 200,000. At this time, in the independent bathroom, something wrapped in a black plastic bag was suddenly thrown in from the window on the third floor. James' pale face finally showed a hint of color, a hint of joy. In the plastic bag were the tissues that the program team had managed to deliver. In addition, there is a GPS locator and a bug inside. James was in good health and managed to hold on for 2.5 hours without getting exhausted. He took a deep breath and straightened himself out a little. I pressed the flush button, and the remaining water in the toilet tank washed away the haze of the entire night. James felt much more refreshed. Apart from thirst and weakness caused by dehydration, there was nothing wrong with his body. At this point, he had made up his mind, no matter what. After replenishing water, the first thing to do is to reveal their identities and end this farce-filled show. Then teach the kid a lesson. He has already thought of a vicious way of revenge. First, throw away all his homework, then buy him a bunch of new ones, and also give him a bunch of extra test papers to make him cry. Finally, we see the child's expression of fear after he learns his identity. He now had some understanding of Marlon's original idea. When James thought so, the anger in his heart subsided a little and a smile appeared on his face. Then he walked out quickly. However, it was obvious that he didn't know what he was about to face. Chapter 21, I drug her again. Boom! The sound of water crashing came from the bathroom. The door that had been closed for a long time finally opened. In the live broadcast room, netizens' discussion came to an abrupt halt. During this period of suspension, James was given more nicknames. The shitcatcher finally came out. The one who cleans the altar shit can be considered to have come out of retreat. If you don't come out soon, my kid will have to start learning advanced mathematics. But from the looks of it, it seems like the production team doesn't want Xiao Hage to win. Why do I feel like it's the kid's father, the social big brother, who doesn't want the show to end? In the Safety Awareness Science program, the longest test lasted less than an hour. As for Oscar, including the time of suspension, the program has lasted for nearly 3 hours. The program team's plan to test 5 children in one day was completely disrupted. However, at this time, the program team had no intention of testing other people. I wish I could broadcast this surveillance live all day long and observe the young master of this criminal organization. In the surveillance camera in the hall, James walked out with stiff legs and feet, holding onto the wall. He squatted in the toilet for 2 hours, and not only his legs, but his whole body was numb. At this time, James was still a little worried that this kid would not run away after causing trouble. At that time, not only will the show have to end in a mess, but there will be no way to save your own face. Oscar calmly doing his homework on the study table in the corner of the living room, as if nothing had happened. Isn't this really not taking yourself seriously enough? You know, the role he plays now is that of a gangster and a murderer, extremely vicious. James thought about whether he was being too reserved. Does this kid think he's easy to bully? He said fiercely, "Where's the water, little bastard?" Oscar raised his head and responded with an innocent smile. "Uncle, the water is in the kitchen. Do you want me to help you pour it?" The corner of James' mouth twitched. This kid really feels no guilt for doing bad things. He suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. If there hadn't been surveillance, he would have done something insane. For example, tearing up homework in front of children. But when he heard Oscar say, "Do you want me to help you pour it?" James recalled some bad memories. His face twitched and his anus tightened. He said coldly, "No, I could do it myself." When he came to the kitchen, James saw the water source at a glance. It was a water purifier compared to the detachable bottled water in the water dispenser. There is obviously not much room for tampering with the water purifier. However, having learned from his previous experience, he was obviously much more careful this time. He took out a disposable cup, smelled it, and observed carefully. After making sure there was no foreign matter or strange smell, he poured a little water from the water purifier. The last time he got caught was because he was careless and underestimated his enemy. He let his guard down because he saw Oscar was just a kid. Now it's obviously completely different. Only at this moment did he look like he had been a police officer for many years. Logically speaking, the surveillance camera in the hall cannot be seen from the kitchen. It was only after James secretly turned the micro camera back on that everyone in the live broadcast room was able to see it all. The audience also began to discuss it seriously. The one who cleans the altar is quite cautious. "You're going to take so many laxatives, you should be careful." Haha, that's too miserable. However, there should be no room for drugs in the water purifier. That's right, let alone medicine. Even if you put a pile of sand in, the filter element can filter it out. But seeing how calm the kid is he setting a trap again? I have to say, James was more than a little cautious. Even though his body was extremely dehydrated, he did not drink it directly. Instead, he poured a small cup and spoke coldly to Oscar. You come here and drink it. Oscar looked up and didn't expect that the fugitive would be so cautious in front of the water purifier. He had to admit that this fugitive was better than his idiot father. Oscar did not refuse. He walked over with a confused and innocent expression and drank the water in one gulp. James looked the child over. After observing that the latter swallowed the water, about a minute later, there was no change in his expression and nothing unusual happened, so I felt relieved. He grabbed the cup and started to take the water. Not only that, he also added a large spoonful of salt to his cup. When the human body is dehydrated, it cannot drink a lot of water. But if it is salt water, the sodium chloride contained in it can maintain the balance of the human body to a certain extent. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of swallowing continued to be heard. After drinking about 4 to 5 cups, James stopped. This amount is roughly equivalent to a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. Any more would be inappropriate. He wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth and smiled. The replenishment of water seemed to make him feel much happier. But when he saw Oscar's strange expression, James couldn't help but frown and said, "What are you looking at, little brat?" Believe it or not, I dug out your eyes. Now James has to portray himself as a gangster with a very bad temper. Everyone in the live broadcast room shook their heads and sighed, thinking that the test should be completed within 10 minutes. Disperse, disperse. The altar cleaner is too cautious and doesn't give me any chance at all. Even if I'm a kid, I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. Indeed, as long as the tester exposes himself, it's basically over. Just as he had planned, James was ready to reveal his identity to end this farce. When the time comes, we will use the name of a visit to find a way to install the eavesdropping device and GPS positioning. I'm so sorry, Oscar. Actually, he was about to expose himself, but was interrupted by Oscar's sudden sigh. Well, Oscar shook his head and said with pity, "Why don't you learn your lesson?" After the words fell, even James couldn't help but frown, and suspicion began to arise in his heart. What do you mean, little brat? At this moment, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. What the hell? Is the kid going to kill me again? Is the situation going to reverse again? Witness the miracle, believe in Oscar. The production team is not good enough in front of my atmospheric kid brother. Many netizens have great expectations for Oscar's performance. After all, who doesn't like show effects? Oscar looked up innocently and said seriously, I drugged you again. At this moment, apart from feeling a little tired and drowsy due to his weakness, he had no intention of ejaculating. After realizing that there was nothing unusual, he sneered. Who are you calling a swindler? That's a water purifier. Even if there are drugs in it, they will be purified by the filter inside. But then, James's face turned pale, because he saw 3 water purifier filters in Oscar's hand. Damn it, this guy took apart the water purifier filter in order to put drugs in it. I am so. Chapter 22, Don't Stop. Oscar waved the water purifier filter in his hand with a smile. Uncle, what did you just say? My ears don't work very well. This taunt, which was as close as a big shot, caused James to suffer 10,000 points of critical damage in his heart, as if an invisible sword pierced his soul, and his entire face changed instantly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his legs subconsciously clamped together. The experience in the bathroom just now was already unforgettable enough. Is this going to happen again? The haha laughter in the live broadcast room filled the entire screen. Haha, the shit catcher has to work overtime. I laughed so hard that I vomited. This kid is so mean. Fuck, it's hard to guard against. Who would think of removing the filter? I thought the shit king was careful enough, but he is still a little bit inferior to the kid. James felt a little regretful at this time, regretting that he didn't put a pair of stockings on his head when he entered the door. Now I've lost all my face. He fell for the same trick twice. It would be fine if there was no one here, but it's being broadcast live now. Not only the general public, but even my colleagues, leaders, friends, and relatives can see it. Before being selected to participate in the show, he had some glorious running around. I wish my friends at work didn't know I was going to be on TV. As for now, he could only say that he regretted very much. How could he have met such a little bastard? Then, James seemed to remember something, regained his composure, and his pale face eased a lot. He cast a suspicious look at Oscar, then touched his stomach. Now, apart from feeling a little tired, there is no discomfort in my lower abdomen and stomach. Most importantly, before drinking the water, he asked Oscar to drink a glass first. He smiled, and his gradually clear eyes seemed to see through everything. Little devil, you just want to cheat me, right? You didn't actually give me any drugs. James walked to the coffee table in the hall very calmly and took the box of laxatives in his hand. A box of laxatives. The package says there are 12 pills. I should have used at least 7 of them in my water last time. Apart from the usual use, they should have been used up long ago. He also fiddled with the tin foil on the plate of medicine and spoke calmly. The traces used recently are basically consistent with my guess. Besides, if you really were drugged, why are you okay? I don't think you'll be able to come up with another box of laxatives. After all, according to common sense, how could a normal person have so many laxatives at home? James glanced at Ping's belly, which seemed to confirm his reasoning. Calm reasoning and calm evidence. Use all available clues and the final soul-searching question. I have to say, in the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, this was a beautiful counterattack by James. Brothers, there is a master. This is the peak game. Is the shit-catching emperor online? Which floor is Zyahage on this time? What kind of program am I watching? Isn't this a safety awareness program? In the director's room, Rex's expression also eased a lot, and he nodded slightly. Although it is a bit unfair to be too cautious with a child. But James did win back some face for the Nanjiang police station. Among so many people, he actually has some appreciation for James. But while looking at the surveillance footage, Rex glanced at Marlon, who had a strange expression on his face, and felt a little uneasy. But if we analyze carefully, apart from the laxatives that some people may have at home, there should be no medicines that may pose a threat to the human body in a normal person's home. At least in Daxia, the control of drugs is extremely strict. Thinking of this, Director Lee felt a little more at ease. Some policemen gathered around the surveillance screen, quietly enjoying the game. In the hall, watching James performing on his own, Oscar nodded and said, I certainly didn't take any laxatives. Upon hearing this, James showed an expression of as expected. But then, Oscar dug into his pocket and took out another box, saying with some confusion, But I gave you a quick-acting sleeping pill. He scratched his head and said seriously, I only drank a small cup, it's normal for this dose to be fine. But you shouldn't. Oscar's eyes widened, his questioning gaze wandering over James. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The live broadcast room, the director's room, and even James himself fell silent. James was originally excited and was able to turn the tables, but after learning the truth, he immediately felt sleepy because there was no adrenaline to support him. James' eyes twitched, and he felt his eyelids were fighting. However, he did not give up. Instead, he relied on his strong will to slowly move forward. Oscar was also stunned when he saw this and took 2 steps back. Is this guy immune? The dose he gave was not small. If it were a normal person, he would have collapsed by now. Could it be that he could really fight back and stay awake with his own will? At the same time, James's mumbling voice was heard. Yeah, I understand it's a sleeping pill, but I won't stop. Oscar step by step. The live broadcast room and the director's room were all moved by James' strong will. No one chose to speak at this time. Suddenly, there were fewer comments and everyone expressed their admiration. Is this the willpower of the Daxia warriors? His speed was very slow, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. James looked at Oscar, who was so close to him, and couldn't help but stretched out his left hand to touch him. But he was always some distance away. Bah! The next moment, James fell to the ground with a thud. Willpower will eventually run out, and his unwilling left index finger pointed in the direction of Oscar. Don't stop. The sound stopped abruptly, and the surroundings returned to silence again. Just that's it? Flashy. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief, but was shocked. Fortunately, the sleeping pills worked in the end. He was really afraid that James would suddenly say partner or bond or something like that. It's hard to say what the ending will be. Looking at the uncle who had fallen into a deep sleep, I thought, this should be considered mission accomplished, right? Seeing that the system did not respond, Oscar couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He remembered the rope and tape in the self-defense toolbox and sighed. Unexpectedly, this thing actually comes in handy. After a while, Oscar tied James up and dragged him to the sofa. Of course, the tape in the toolbox was also used to seal the uncle's mouth. Shackles? I won't be using them for now, so put them aside. Now, is this fugitive finally completely posing no threat? Sure enough, the system's voice rang in my ears. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward, general fitness +3. Note, the average adult is 6, the current host is 6. Oscar clenches fists and could feel a significant increase in his body's strength and speed. But that's all it is, after all. It's just the level of an ordinary adult. I won't be able to crush mineral water or anything like that just because of this reward. If he really faced an adult who had practiced martial arts, Oscar would still be no match. However, he was able to catch the enemy by surprise at the critical moment, and he was already very satisfied with this reward. Chapter 23. Tied. Tied by an elementary school student. The director's room was a little quiet at this time. I thought James was going to give him a big one, but he just pooped a huge pile. It's really a disgrace to the Nanjiang police station. Rex covered his face, speechless. But it's hard to blame him. After all, in the case of extreme dehydration, there is a risk of shock if water is not replenished in time. At first, he would also look at the comments in the live broadcast room. Now, I'm not in the mood to watch it at all. Rex's eyes unconsciously fell on Marlon, and he calmed down. As expected of the young master of a criminal organization, he must have gone through a lot of relevant training on a daily basis. Thinking about it this way, it's not unfair for James to lose. At this time, in the hall surveillance camera, Oscar appeared in front of everyone with some strange props from the bedroom. Ropes, tapes, and shackles appeared in the surveillance footage at the same time. Appearing separately, there seems to be no problem. But if they appear at the same time, it would be quite intriguing. Countless eyes could not help but converge in Marlon's direction, and most people had strange expressions on their faces. They said nothing, but it seemed as if they had said everything. Even Rex was looking him up and down with a re-examination look. Originally, Director Lee thought that he should take the mastermind behind such a criminal gang seriously as his opponent. One day, he would bring this rival to justice. As for now, this strange expression on his face seems to say, "You are not young anymore, but you are still playing around? I didn't expect there is such a strange hobby." Marlon was still a little puzzled as he watched the surveillance video. "Do you have these things at home?" But when he noticed everyone's gazes, his face changed, and he suddenly came to his senses. "This is really suspicious of me." Marlon was shocked and quickly shook his head and waved his hands to explain. "It's not me. It's really not me. Just listen to my explanation." No one paid any attention to his defense. The staff member next to him just patted him on the shoulder, looked at him with an expression that said, "We all understand," and left with a smile. In the Nanjiang police station, although there are all kinds of cases, there are often some strange reports. For example, the handcuffs purchased online suddenly could not be opened after the play was over. Therefore, these staff and police officers have long been accustomed to it. However, I felt a little surprised when I found out that Marlon also had this hobby. I didn't expect these big shots would play so extravagantly behind the scenes. It has to be said that this live test was such a great show. The popularity of the live broadcast room once again climbed to an unprecedented height. The number of online users exceeded 200,000, making it the front page of various live broadcasts. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers said that they enjoyed the show and started discussing it continuously. "Ha, the good news was not laxative, but the bad news was sleeping pills. The testers are all tied up. How can the show continue? This is unprecedented. The kid didn't disappoint me. This isn't a safety education for primary school students. This is education for the kids, right? Guess what the production crew will do? Stop the show and ask for help." Director's room. Rex, the director, sighed and walked outside as if he had a premonition. Sure enough, in less than 3 seconds, his cell phone rang. The remarks were just as expected. Deputy Director Zhang. As soon as the phone was connected, I heard the scolding from the other end. "Your propaganda department is doing a great job. What's going on online right now? Our safety awareness campaign has never been so popular before. Now the whole world knows that our Nanjiang Police Department is filled with these kinds of people. They are all trash and garbage." Rex raised his eyebrows and replied seriously. "Director Zhang, there's no need for us to scold ourselves like this." Zhang Dihai was silent for a moment. "Do you think you are humorous?" Deputy Director Zhang did not watch the live broadcast of the program. The reason he called was actually because of the pressure from above and the public opinion online. He was actually curious about what had just happened and what James had done after squatting in the toilet for 2 hours to cause such a big stir on the internet. He asked suddenly, "What about James? What did he do?" "Ty kidnapped the elementary school student. According to the procedure, shouldn't you reveal your identity?" James is usually very sensible. This shouldn't happen. No, James was kidnapped by elementary school students. The phone was silent for a long time again. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Dihai's voice was heard again. I don't care what you do or what means you use. Before the end of today's show, I want to see some positive comments about our Nanjiang Police Department on the internet. Beep, beep. The call was hung up. Rex was a bit overwhelmed. He originally thought that he had finally stepped down to the second line and became a propaganda minister so that he wouldn't have to endure the anger of those crappy leaders. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing happened again on this show today. He returned to the studio and found everyone was looking at him. The corridor was empty, and he was listening to the loudspeaker, so I guess everyone inside could have heard Deputy Director Zhang scolding. Rex walked in and nodded. Everyone should have heard it. I won't say much more. Although during the telephone conversation, no detailed explanation was given regarding the subsequent live broadcast security testing. This can be concluded from the result that Deputy Director Zhang wants. He is not satisfied with the current performance of the live broadcast. Secondly, the program team represents the face of the Nanjiang police station, and he hopes to end this farce with means that are acceptable to the audience. Therefore, the subsequent decision is actually very clear. James was obviously no longer reliable, so they would have to send someone else. As an accomplice of the criminal James, he subdued the elementary school student and rescued his accomplice. Rex was also a little speechless as he had filmed so many episodes. This is the first time that a second person was sent to produce a sequel. His eyes wandered among the crowd, finally fixing on a young man. James failed because he was not on guard against children and was too concerned. So, this time, choose a reckless man without brains. Little King, here, director. A tall and mighty young man with a flat head walked out of the crowd. He put his hands behind his back, revealing his exaggerated arm muscles. Rex nodded slightly. It's you, come and take the test. In your own way. In all previous tests, the pass rate of primary school students in which Xiao Wang participated was 100%, because this guy really didn't know what acting was. He looked extremely ferocious when he arrived at the door, and no elementary school student dared to open the door. On weekdays, I basically do odd jobs in the director's room. But this time, facing Oscar, a little kid who doesn't play by the rules, Rex can be sure that he will open the door. And Xiao Wang will also bring him unexpected surprises. At this moment, in the surveillance camera in the hall, the system's voice came to Oscar's ears again. Ding! Mission accomplished, successfully tricked Marlin. The task of detecting the target person for the day has been completed. Compensation reward: 1 starch sausage. A fucking starch sausage. This reward is too useless. Then Oscar was stunned. When did he play a prank on Marlin again? He shook his head and ignored it, instead focusing his gaze on his little genius. His Weixin account was flashing the icon of Marlin's secondary avatar. Lao Deng actually replied to my message? Oscar looked at the time and found that it was already 10 minutes ago. That is, he received a reply immediately after he transferred the money. He couldn't help but click on the voice bar. The familiar noises of Marlin were immediately heard from the small dial. Where did you get all this money, kid? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. When I get back, I'm going to skin you alive. He subconsciously held the watch further away. Then, Oscar frowned. It seems that Lao Deng is conveying key information to me. Chapter 24 people in the world call him Greedy Snake. The first thing that can be confirmed is, of course, Lao Deng's own safety. Oscar thought calmly. In various negotiations and the transmission of intelligence, as long as information can be transmitted autonomously, we can first be sure that security is not a problem at present, but it is very likely under control. Secondly, the meaning of these two sentences requires careful analysis. Oscar clicked on the voice bar of Xiao Tiankai again. Where did you get all this money, kid? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. When I get back, I'm going to skin you alive. Although his father doesn't look very smart on weekdays, Oscar knows it clearly in his heart. At least old Deng learned a lesson from his failure. Moreover, after he knew that Marlin might be a key member of the criminal gang, his impression of him changed. Those dull behaviors in daily life can be understood as great wisdom in disguise. After all, I'm just a time traveler and an elementary school student. How could he have kept it a secret from me for so long? If the truth had not been revealed, Oscar might still be kept in the dark. Thinking about it this way, Oscar actually felt a little respect for this stupid old man. Therefore, the meaning of these two short sentences is definitely not simple, but is conveying key information to him. First, we can analyze the first sentence and split it into two keywords. A plausible explanation, Unidentified property? The second sentence is hinting that the controlled Marlin is obviously unlikely to come back. That means there might be someone else coming besides Marlin. Combining the two sentences together, Oscar immediately understood. That was to remind Oscar not to keep things that did not belong to him at home, or to deal with them properly. Otherwise, he would have no explanation if someone came to his door. Oscar's expression changed instantly, and he looked outside the door. This message was sent 10 minutes ago, so I don't have much time left. He had to get rid of the stuff before others came knocking on his door. Oscar hurriedly walked towards the coffee table where the cardboard box was placed. Tear. Some abrupt sounds were heard. Oscar looked down and frowned slightly. It was a black plastic bag. There is a foreign object sensation under your feet, and you can feel that there is something inside. Before that, he was sure that there was no garbage left on the ground. And here, besides myself, there is only one person. Oscar looked at James. As expected, this thing must have been brought by James. He picked it up and took a look. There are only two things in here. One of them is a metal coin that looks like a button and has no words on it. If Oscar hadn't been so careful, I would have almost missed it. As for the other one, it was slightly larger. It was a square black box, about the size of a deck of playing cards. There are V-shaped patterns and equipment codes on it. Even though Oscar was slow to react, he finally recognized that this was a bug. He couldn't help but glance at James. This uncle with a flat head looked quite decent on the surface, but his hands were actually quite dirty. They actually prepared this kind of thing at the trading location. Are they trying to rob their fellow thieves? Oscar immediately understood Lao Deng's good intention in risking his life to convey these two sentences. Since we have to deal with it all, we might as well do it all at once. He thought for a moment, then stuffed the bug and the metal button into the white powder in the cardboard box. From the outside, there was nothing in the cardboard box except a packet of white powder. After carefully observing the electronic peephole and seeing that there was no one else there, Oscar cautiously opened the door and left. At this time in the live broadcast room, some netizens were also puzzled by Oscar's behavior. What is the kid planning to do? What's in that black plastic bag? Does this count as a successful challenge? It is said that the second tester sent by the program team is already on the way. Will he run into the wrong person? The black plastic bag was mixed with the eavesdropping device, and nothing could be seen from the surveillance camera's perspective. Therefore, many people are somewhat confused. On the contrary, in the director's room, Rex and others' expressions changed slightly. Others don't know, but don't they know? That was the eavesdropping device prepared for James, but it was exposed before he could even install it. However, the director looked relatively calm. It has a GPS microlocator on it, so there is no need to worry about losing it. They are fully confident that they can get it back. And if Oscar wants to go downstairs, he will also appear in the surveillance when taking the elevator. Thinking of this, Rex cared even less. But after about a minute, Oscar's figure returned to the surveillance screen again. He was calm inside. How could he not have considered the cameras in the elevator? Therefore, Oscar took the fire escape in the blind spot of the surveillance, and the cardboard box was not taken to the trash can on the first floor for disposal, but was placed at the door of the upstairs owner. In this way, the owner of the upstairs building will deal with this batch of garbage on his behalf. Oscar, who did not appear in the camera, would also be ruled out as a suspect. At this moment, the door of room 405, building F, where Oscar lived, opened quietly. A middle-aged man with a beard looked around with some confusion, and his eyes fell on the half-open cardboard box on the ground. He slightly opened the cardboard box with one hand, revealing a large bag of white powder wrapped in a plastic bag inside. The middle-aged man's face immediately changed. He looked around furtively, quickly brought the cardboard box in, and closed the door. "Brother Snake, what's going on outside?" Several guys in suits holding steel pipes put down their weapons and came over to ask. The middle-aged man looked confused and a little bewildered. Didn't they say there was a traitor and the deal was canceled? Why was this stuff delivered? A young man in a suit and glasses said thoughtfully. Could it be that the police are checking too strictly and we can't take this thing away? So, just give it to us first. I heard that several of Brother Dao's henchmen were arrested. It's possible. Brother Snake nodded. His eyes fell on the carton. There were 2 kilograms of goods. How could he bear to give it up? Snake Brother was able to become a small leader, so he must have some good qualities. Although he was greedy, he was extremely vigilant in his daily actions and transactions, and even if he was surrounded, he would always find a way to get out. Besides, who wouldn't be greedy when working in their line of work? This is how the nickname Snake Brother came about. Because he usually moves like a snake, Even if he is discovered by the police, he is still slippery and difficult to catch. So he has another nickname, Greedy Snake. Brother Snake looked up at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The people in the powerful group are usually very stingy, but this time they don't even want the goods. That means the police are probably after us. This place is not safe anymore. Let's take the goods and leave immediately." "Brother Snake, aren't we inspecting the goods?" someone in the crowd asked. The snake glanced back. "What the hell? We didn't even pay. What are we afraid of? Let's talk about it when we get back. Running away is more important." A few people looked around furtively and left 405, disappearing along the fire escape. Chapter 25, The Terrible Marlin. Bang, bang, bang. In Sunshine Community, there was a violent knock on the door outside room 305, Building F, and the entire door frame was even shaking slightly. Oscar, who finally returned to his study desk and was about to do his homework seriously, couldn't help but frown. Although Lao Deng had passed on the news in advance that someone would be coming, he didn't expect this guy to come so quickly. He looked around the living room. Apart from the gangster who was sleeping and looked a bit out of place, there was no other contraband, so he walked towards the door. Oscar took a look through the electronic peephole and discovered that there was a muscular man with a flat head outside the door. At this time, the system's voice came again. "Ding! Trigger the mission. Trigger the suspected fugitive's accomplice to make him lose his threat. Reward, basic firearms skills." Oscar was stunned again. Strange things happen every year, but there are especially many today. The probability of the system triggering a task was somewhat unfamiliar to him. It is also an extremely rare skill-type reward. It is really a rare opportunity to obtain such a system reward. Even though Oscar may not be able to touch the gun, he still doesn't want to miss this skill. He was still thinking about how to negotiate terms with his fugitive's accomplice. Now it seems there is nothing to talk about. The footsteps that were originally heading towards the door suddenly stopped, and he turned and walked towards the bedroom. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking sound still did not stop. Even Xiao Wang's rough, threatening voice could be heard outside the door. "Open the door. Someone please open the door. Bang, open the door. If you don't come, I'll tear down the door. I'm going to go in and tear up your homework book later." I have to say that young people are full of energy. Xiao Wang didn't feel tired at all while knocking on the door and shouting. In the live broadcast room, some viewers were puzzled. Well, although the difficulty was indeed high before, isn't it a bit too hasty to send a character like this over? Countless people started discussing below. The program team sent someone like this. Aren't they looking down on our little brother? The performance of the flat-headed brother is too exaggerated. Who dares to open the door when it is so ferocious? Yes, if it was an ordinary person, they would have called the police long ago. Do you really think this kid is stupid? I think knocking on the door like this can announce the end in advance. Almost most people are not optimistic about the program team's decision, and some are even a little skeptical. Rex seemed particularly calm in the director's room. He held the thermos cup he brought with him in his right hand, which still had a hint of steam coming out of it. He took a sip, and the aroma of tea filled the air. One staff member was the first to lose his patience. "Director, will he really open the door like this?" Rex didn't answer, but smiled and spoke calmly. "Do you still remember why the pass rate of the test Xiao Wang participated in was 100%? The staff was stunned and thought to themselves, doesn't this further prove that if Xiao Wang is asked to carry out the execution, he will definitely not be able to get back at justice? But he still answered truthfully, because when they knocked on the door, the kid started thinking of ways to call the police for help. Rex glanced and said, "Do you think this kid will call the police now?" "Probably not." The staff member was puzzled. He actually shared the same idea as most netizens and asked doubtfully, "So what? Will it be fine as long as you don't open the door?" Rex shook his head and spoke calmly. "You still don't know much about Xiao Wang. If the test yields no results, he will literally break down the door and tear it down." The people around were stunned. They didn't expect this answer at all. But if you think about it carefully, Xiao Wang's reckless character is really something he can do. Just as they were thinking about how to pay attention to Xiao Wang's performance, a police officer walked in hurriedly. He interrupted their conversation and whispered into Rex's ear. "Director, the GPS positioning chip and the bug prepared for James are moving at high speed. The estimated speed is over 80 miles per hour." Rex couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, a hint of confusion on his face. The old man was speeding with the sanitation truck. So fast? Wrong. He reacted immediately and looked at his watch. It was not yet time for the garbage to be collected and processed. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" The police officer nodded, took out the tablet in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "At present, it is judged that it is a fish that slipped through the net near the Sunshine Community." On the flat map of Nanjiang, a red that was flashing rapidly towards the north. "This is a frame-up." Rex took a deep breath and glanced at Marlon, who was not far away. At this time, Marlon was watching the surveillance camera in the hall with a smile on his face. He was even cheering for the Flathead brother, saying "You're welcome," and beat him to death. He looked like he was completely out of it. The police officer also understood the meaning from Rex's eyes and spoke softly. "Director, do you suspect that this was Marlon's doing?" "Well, Oscar is a bit cunning, but he's not that cunning. I'm afraid Marlon sent some kind of signal through Weixin at that time." Rex analyzed calmly. Upon hearing this, the police officer couldn't help but gasp. That tattooed guy who seems harmless to everyone is actually so scary? Rex looked at Marlon and felt a little scared. This guy probably guessed a long time ago that someone wanted to frame him. Therefore, after revealing the clues to himself, he also had to grasp the snake's psychology and carried out a wave of reverse frame-up. "If those thugs had not been intercepted by me, I'm afraid that these locators and bugs are among the real contraband and are traded to Marlon's opponents." As expected of the leader of a criminal gang, Marlon is going to give himself a big gift. "What is this? A display of strength?" Rex said in a deep voice. "Where's the bug? Did you get any useful clues?" The police officer nodded and said solemnly, "These criminals were very alert and seemed to have sensed that someone was tipping us off. After receiving this batch of goods, it was transferred immediately. According to the bug, the leader should be Brother Snake, who we have been chasing for half a year." Brother Snake? Rex couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he heard that. The Chanda group is a low-key group, and this Snake brother is the only clue to the Chanda group's online presence. The Nanjiang Police Department pursued the criminal for half a year and failed to capture him despite several planned raids. I actually got the news here. Hearing this, Rex lost his composure and spoke in a deep voice. "I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Please share the GPS location data with the criminal investigation team immediately. The bug is not hidden very deeply and will be exposed soon." He looked at Marlon and took a deep breath. This gift is too heavy. As the leader of the Qinglong gang, he actually killed his rival in such a high-sounding manner. Is he really not afraid of revenge? Could it be that Marlon wants to take over the entire underground power in Nanjiang? He didn't say much and hurried towards the empty stairwell with the phone in hand. "Hey, Xiao Yao, immediately send someone to stake out the location I sent you. If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Snake should appear there. Time is running out. You only have 10 minutes. Xiao Liao's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "Master, how did you know that?" He never doubted the news about his master. But something is really wrong today. They had just seized more than 1 kilogram of contraband outside the Sunshine Community, and then they heard the news about Brother Snake. Even for undercover agents developed by the criminal investigation team, there may not be a reliable clue in a month. The news from Master comes too frequently. Liao Ming was a little suspicious at this time. He thought that his master was not going to shoot a science live broadcast, but was going undercover. He suddenly remembered something, and his face changed. "I heard that Snake Eye likes older men. Master, you won't sacrifice yourself for this, will you? Get lost." "Okay, Master." Chapter 26 is over. I have already started to light incense for myself. At this time, there was still a bang-bang sound outside the door of 305, and it seemed that the door could be broken open at any time. To describe it in 4 words, it is precarious. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. Because when Oscar appeared in the hall surveillance camera again, he was holding only 3 yellow incense sticks in his hand. At this extremely critical moment when we are facing a powerful enemy, they thought that Oscar left the camera because he had come up with a way to deal with the test. Everyone is guessing what great thing Oscar can do, or what action he can take to turn the situation around. As a result, he took out 3 incense sticks. At this time, he still has the leisure to light incense and worship gods? Can praying to your ancestors really allow them to possess you? Or, have you been to Jinhuan Street, and can you summon guardian spirits? Those audiences who were originally confident about the Oscar immediately panicked. It's over. It's really over this time. The kid has already started lighting incense for himself. The kid is ready to burn incense, so he has probably given up resistance. "No, little brother, please do something." The production team still hasn't called a halt. Are they really planning to weaken the kid brother? In the director's room, a group of people were also confused, and countless people's faces were filled with confusion. They totally don't understand what the meaning of Oscar doing this is. They had no idea what this kid was doing. After all, in the previous test, Oscar was pouring water in the kitchen 1 second, and the next moment, he came out with the drug National Cellar Collection. The host of the show had no room to perform. Instead, Rex was thinking deeply with some doubt. In any case, we have James' experience as a lesson. As a director, Rex felt that this matter was definitely not that simple. But at present, we can only remain skeptical and cannot make a conclusion. He had no doubt that Oscar might pull out something even stranger the next moment. Of course, it wasn't just him. Even Oscar himself was full of suspicion when he looked at the incense in his hand. This thing, is it really useful? Obviously, this is not an ordinary fragrance, nor is it the fragrance in Wang Wei's poems. Instead, Oscar used a special trick tool he found in his self-defense toolbox, cartilage powder, special version of incense sticks. According to the description of the effect in the instructions, the person who inhales it will feel weak all over without realizing it. It seems that nothing has happened to the whole person, but the strength is greatly reduced. It is also said that it is extracted from pure herbal plants, is non-toxic, harmless to the body, and has no side effects. Safe self-defense, no prohibited ingredients. Oscar always felt it was weird, like a strange object that had walked into reality from a martial arts novel. But if you think about it carefully, this is an item rewarded by the system. Although the system is unreliable, it has never played tricks on people. There was still a dull knock on the door, as well as the rough shouting of another fugitive's accomplice, which was becoming more and more frequent. Oscar no longer hesitated, put the incense in front of the Guan Gong statue, lit it, and walked towards the room again. Seeing him disappear from the camera again, the audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. I knew that the kid must have a backup plan. I was really scared. He suddenly took out some incense sticks. I thought the kid had given up the resistance. This time, the kid should be preparing some tricks, right? On how Oscar should deal with the incident. But on one point, the majority of the audience is surprisingly unanimous. The people in the production team should say that they won't drink water this time, right? I think in the next 10 years of the show, we should not dare to eat or drink carelessly. During the time when Oscar was away from the camera, the audience was given unlimited room for speculation. In the director's room, Rex also asked Marlon a rare question. Mr. Sue, do you know what he's going to do? Marlon didn't know why, but the vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart came over him again. But he really didn't understand Oscar's behavior and also looked confused. If he knew everything, he wouldn't have been pranked all the time. For the sake of his own image, Marlon decided to say something, and after thinking for a while, he spoke. Well, I think it's time to go back to my room and sleep. The director was stunned. He didn't expect such an answer. The criminal is right at the door. Isn't it too hasty to go back to sleep? Are you really not worried at all? But if you think about it, it does make sense. The so-called waiting for hard work while at rest. Anyway, as long as I don't open the door, I could just pretend to be dead. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked by Marlon's remarks. So, the kid is too carefree, right? Impossible? If I can sleep at night with this noise, I won't have nightmares, right? I also think that this matter should not be that simple. Isn't this too much of a disregard for the muscular, flat-headed brother? But it turned out that Oscar really seemed to go back to his room to sleep. It lasted for 2 minutes, and he didn't appear on camera. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were stunned. The audience was still wondering how Oscar would respond, but he did not play by the rules at all. But just when they were still worrying about whether the door was strong enough and how the muscular guy from the program team would break it, Oscar's impatient, childish voice came from the bedroom. Stop making so much noise. I'll open the door for you. Stop knocking. Immediately afterwards, Oscar appeared in front of the camera again with a strange look. He had changed into blue pajamas and seemed to confirm Marlon's analysis and really went to bed. But the thing on his head was a little weird. He was actually wearing a fully enclosed gas mask. It made the audience laugh directly. You're fine. Are you here to make fun of yourself by wearing a gas mask? Netizens simply couldn't keep up with the kid's train of thought. Little brother, what the hell is this gas mask? Are you allergic to the smell of incense sticks? I understand. The kid brother is going to poison the flat-headed muscular brother with incense sticks. Is it possible that he wanted to take the helmet but took the wrong one? I think there must be a reason why Xiahage did this. Maybe he's playing the test of death. Is he planning to use Qin Shi Huang's biological weapons to smoke out his enemies? In the director's room, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and were also shocked by this amazing train of thought. Who in a normal family has a gas mask? Rex thought a lot and looked at Marlon with suspicion. Could this also be a niche and special hobby of the leader of a criminal gang? This is too perverted. But after thinking about it carefully, I think it is most likely that there is something wrong with those 3 incense sticks. In the surveillance video in the hall, Oscar just walked straight towards the door. At first, Oscar didn't appear on the screen, and the audience was a little bored. But at this time, I became a little worried. Little brother, you're not really going to open the door directly, are you? According to the nature of the program team, the flat-headed brother will not be polite this time. With the size and muscles of the flat-headed brother, wouldn't he make the kid cry with just one punch? Chapter 27, Asking for Leave. Be alert when someone you don't cook for suddenly cooks, thinking he or she is food poisoning today. I was totally disoriented the entire day and had no idea where I was. Chapter 28. In 1974, the first free-fighting match in Southeast Asia. Stop making so much noise. I'll open the door for you. Stop knocking. Oscar's impatient voice came through the crack in the door. Policeman Xiao Wang, who was standing outside the door of room 305, was slightly startled by the voice and stopped. He was a little surprised and looked at his dark hands with some confusion. Am I not fierce enough? You know, Xiao Wang's image nowadays doesn't look like a good person. That rough voice and the loud knocks on the door. An ordinary child would have been scared to tears long ago. This brat actually dared to speak to me in such an impatient tone. The flat-headed Wang looked as pale as dust and looked a little unhappy. Anyway, the director had already given instructions before coming. Let him solve it his own way. And his method is violence. I am not good at talking, I just like to use my fists. When he was in the director's room, he had already seen James' miserable condition. No matter what, he is still my predecessor. I can't tolerate a little brat teasing me like this. Towards Oscar, and I also feel a little angry. Open the door quickly. Xiao Wang's impatient voice came. He felt that the boy was probably just delaying time. Given the current situation, the little devil probably wouldn't dare to open the door. But it doesn't matter. Xiao Wang has nothing, but the only thing he has is strength. At worst, he could just tear down the door. Just as he was thinking this, crack! The door opened without warning. Xiao Wang was stunned and unconsciously looked down at the little boy who was only about 1.4 meters tall. He was a little curious about where he got the courage to open the door. Is it Fish Liang? The most eye-catching thing is the gas mask that covers Oscar's entire head. Also, this kid's look, isn't this a joke? The audience in the Orange TV live broadcast room were all stunned. Faced with countless possibilities, he actually chose the most direct one. No. Is this kid crazy? That body full of muscles is nothing like a child. Even adults have to stay away from it. If we say that facing the test of the kind James, there is some element of luck involved. But this muscular man wouldn't give any face at all. What's wrong with the kid? Are you so depressed? Did he really open the door? Is the challenge finally going to fail? Fuck the production crew. Please remember to persuade them. Don't let anyone get killed. What's going on? Is Zhao Yin possessed? Is he full of courage? The people in the director's room were no exception. They stared at the images on the surveillance camera, finding it difficult to understand. I originally thought that Xiao Wang was already reckless enough, but I didn't expect Oscar to be even more reckless. The staff member couldn't help but persuade him. Director, why don't you give Xiao Wang a few words of advice? I'm really afraid that he will not go easy on me. This is a live show. Just do it for your own good. Don't let anything really go wrong. Obviously, the staff could persuade him so earnestly. Xiao Wang had obviously committed a crime before and was punished. After all, the name Reckless Man is not something that comes casually. Rex simply waved the intercom in his hand, indicating that he was ready. If there is anything, he will speak up. But right now, I have to say there are some clues. I guess there are only those 3 incense sticks left. The director frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy, so he turned to look at Marlon and asked, Mr. Su, is that incense poisonous? Marlon was a little surprised. He didn't expect the director to ask him. He waved his hand and smiled. Director, you are such a joke. How can it be poisonous if it just smells good? Marlon had no idea whether incense was poisonous or not. The main reason for such a decisive answer is his understanding of his son. Oscar likes to play pranks on weekdays. He never goes too far. Apart from the fact that I often go to the police station for tea, no other parents or teachers have ever come to visit. I guess the most serious thing happened today when I treated James as a bad guy and acted a little harshly. Rex heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Marlon's affirmative answer. After all, in his eyes, Marlon is the leader of a criminal gang who kills people without blinking an eye. And the guy in the camera, as a young master, might have several lives on his hands. At a certain moment, Rex was not afraid of Oscar getting into an accident, but of Xiao Wang. In the live broadcast, the door was now completely open. Faced with a mountain of criminal companions, Oscar felt somewhat guilty at this moment. Although there is an instruction manual for the prank tool cartilage powder, there is no accurate data on the extent to which the person will feel weak all over. If the effect of the cartilage powder can only weaken the strength by half, and the strength of this muscular gangster is more than twice that of an ordinary person, then he can still control himself after the weakening. Wouldn't that mean you're dead? Moreover, the way the fragrance evaporates is somewhat ethereal. There is no such thing as dosage. Oscar was afraid that it would not be effective, so he waited in the room for several minutes before coming out. If I wasn't worried about the door being hammered down, I might have been able to wait a little longer. He looked up at the criminal and couldn't help swallowing. The exaggerated muscles on his arms alone are as thick as his waist. I can't even imagine the power of this punch. What the hell? Is it really true that I won't be beaten to death? He glanced at the windows and saw that they were all closed. Only 1/10 of the 3 incense sticks under the Guan Gong statue were lit. Never mind, just delay a little and trust the system. Oscar took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice, pretending to be calm. In 1974? What did you say? Xiao Wang frowned and a rough voice followed. Oscar coughed. Close the door. Oh. Xiao Wang turned around and closed the door obediently. Then he pressed the knuckles of his hands together with a crisp, crackling sound and spoke fiercely. Do you have any last words? If not, I will take action. The people in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Countless netizens felt that seeing how nervous Oscar looked, he was probably doomed. It's already 1974. What happened in 1974? I don't know, maybe he was just scared silly. Why don't the production team call a halt first? Are they really going to fight? At this time in the control room, the director was a little confused about whether to call a stop. At first, he was still worried that there might be something strange about the 3 incense sticks. It seems that there is no major threat for now. And what is the code for 1974? Some staff members wanted to step forward to persuade them. After all, this was a show. If you really beat a child, it would be bad if news got out. Rex waved his hand as if he had a premonition. Wait a little longer and listen to what he has to say. In the surveillance footage in the hall, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 people. Facing the Xiao Wang, who was approaching step by step, Oscar took a deep breath and moved forward instead of retreating, his eyes full of confidence, and said in a deep voice, In 1974, I won the championship in my first free fighting competition in Southeast Asia. In 1980, I defeated the Sakura heavy gunner Lei Long. Then for 3 consecutive years, I defeated all the karate masters in Sakura. Xiao Wang. Rex. Chapter 29. Tang Fist and Iron Fist, a battle of strength and weakness, and a matter of life and death. Known as the karate nemesis. Under the gas mask, Oscar's voice was a little hazy, but it added a bit of momentum. He looked up at the muscular man in front of him, and there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Of course, this confidence is given by cartilage. It was also given for the 1-minute delay. Oscar estimated that after such a long time, the prank props should have taken effect. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Xiao Wang. At the beginning, Xiao Wang was really intimidated by Oscar's confident aura. Where does a child get the confidence to be so arrogant in front of me? Later I thought about it carefully. He wasn't even born in 1974. The more I listened to this line, the more familiar it sounded. When I heard the latter part, I finally realized that I had been tricked. Xiao Wang couldn't help but ask back, Is your nickname Devil Muscle Man? Oscar was stunned and a little surprised. You've heard my story too? Looking at Oscar's surprised expression, Xiao Wang was speechless. This guy is really deep into the role. Do you really think you were a Devil Muscle Man? Did you think that if you failed to make a movie, Sister Wang would return? At this time, countless netizens in the live broadcast room were already laughing. They didn't expect that the 1974 Oscar mention was actually this 1974. They were all a little curious as to how the kid could speak so seriously without laughing. Little brother, it's already this late, and you're still here trying to create a show effect. Huh, isn't this line too abrupt? I think the kid is probably scared, and saying the lines is just a delaying tactic. Ha! When the flat-headed muscle guy walked in, Oscar was so scared that he took a step back. Xiao Wang let out a breath and said in a deep voice, You've finished speaking. Now it's my turn to introduce myself. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a weird smile. Wang Tai, 26 years old this year, started practicing karate at the age of 6. I participated in the Southeast Asian Karate Competition for the first time in July 2017, but unfortunately my runner-up result was canceled due to violations at the 14th competition. The reason is that I made a mistake in the competition and severely injured my opponent. I was banned from all karate competitions for 3 years. During the 3-year ban, I practiced karate and focused on training. In August 2020, I finally regained my eligibility to compete again and successfully won the Asian Karate Championship. In the following 2 years, I won all the awards in karate competitions in Asia. Nicknamed Tang Fist Iron Hand. I heard, "You're a karate nemesis?" After the words fell, Oscar was stunned and swallowed again. I was just bragging. How come I ran into a real big shot? No, is it such a coincidence? Are you really a karate practitioner? Not only that, from a psychological point of view, Wong Tai speaks extremely fluently, and there are extremely precise times and memory points in these deeds. The most important thing is that Oscar seemed to have seen news about this guy. This is no joke. The originally happy and relaxed atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly turned into shock at this moment. What the hell? This is Wong Tai. This Wong Quan Tai show. It is said that the karate master who fought against Sakura during the year of the ban. That punch almost crippled Sakura. No way. Can Baidu really find this person? I'm beating. I'm beating. I'm beating. How can this kid win? I wonder why this muscular guy with a flat head looks so familiar. This time, Kid Brother is really finished. In the director's room, most people were relatively calm. After all, as a comrade in arms and colleague, he is very familiar with Wong Tai's identity. There is only a simple sentence to evaluate it. He is really fierce, but also really stupid. To put it jokingly, the cerebellum is so perfectly developed that there is no room for the brain to survive. Except one person, of course. Marlon stood up in shock. Fuck. Marlon was dumbfounded. Once upon a time, he was a fan of Tang Fist Iron Hand. Obviously, he is very familiar with the person being monitored. In a certain audio or video, that person is an old acquaintance of his. Now I'm standing opposite my son as an opponent. Doesn't it feel strange? For some reason he felt like crying, but had no tears. After thinking about it, this is probably what it feels like to get revenge. The people in the studio originally thought that since Marlon was so nervous that he even started to cry, he would plead for his son. Unexpectedly, Marlon suddenly turned around and asked seriously, "Can I just fight? Just keep your breath until then." Rex's mouth twitched involuntarily. It seems that Mr. Su's deep hatred for Oscar is not just acting. He is so cruel to his own son. In the surveillance video in the hall, Oscar's figure originally looked weak. The gap in combat power between the two was like a chasm. But after listening to Wong Tai's self-introduction, it seemed as if there was an ocean between them. No matter how you look at it, he's going to be beaten up. The gap is really too big. Oscar was also sweating profusely at this moment. The confidence that I had worked so hard to build up was instantly shattered. He raised his head and began to speak seriously. "Uncle, I'm not the Devil Muscle Man, but I know where the Devil Muscle Man is. I have his phone number. If you have the guts, don't leave. Wait, it's about life and death, and it's about superiority and inferiority. When he comes, he will make you die in an ugly way. Your muscles are nothing compared to his. You can tell from working out in the gym." While speaking, Oscar pointed at Wong Tai and spoke arrogantly. "Don't run, you coward. I give him a call, and he'll be here right away. What Tang Fist and Iron Hand? I'll crush you in a minute." Then, Oscar opened Zhao Xiankai's phone watch while shouting and started flipping through the address book. At this moment, the live broadcast room and the director's room were slightly stunned. From Oscar's extremely confident eyes and the harsh words he said, it seemed that he really had the confidence to do so. Many people also began to wonder, could it be there really is an expert? I'm busy. The kid is calling for help. No one in Nanjiang should be able to defeat Tang Fist Iron Hand, right? They are both desperate for life and death, so they must be from a very important background. Even in the director's room, many people felt uneasy. In fact, they're still extremely confident in Wong Tai. But Oscar's performance was so arrogant that even the director couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Rex also frowned and asked quietly to the person beside him, "Have you ever heard of this kind of person in Nanjiang?" The answer I got was nothing more than a shake of the head. Can the young master, who can be used to protect a criminal gang, be an ordinary person? Although he has no identity on the surface, he is probably very famous among the black generation. Rex was a little worried at this time. It would not be good if Oscar called, and the person he called was a group of desperate criminals. You guys go and pay attention to see if there is anyone coming to the gate of the community. Marlon was also puzzled at this time. When did my son get to know such a person? He actually boasted that he could even break the Tang Fist Iron Hand. So fucking arrogant. But the next moment, Marlon's cell phone rang. Marlon? I am so. Chapter 30. Slander. He slandered me. The entire studio suddenly fell silent. All the police officers and staff turned around and looked at Marlon. All kinds of scrutiny and suspicious looks were cast over him. Only the cell phone on the table was still ringing. What's dad's name? What's dad's mom's name? The atmosphere on the scene can be as subtle as it can be. Marlon's face turned green at this point. He was still laughing before the phone rang. That kid is bragging again. Can he crush the Tang Fist Iron Hand in minutes? How could there be such a person? He is still pretending to make a phone call. As a result, this bastard actually called him. Isn't this a scam? He swallowed and smiled. Ha ha ha, he's just kidding. I'm a good citizen. Why would I fight? A staff member rolled his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Is this middle-aged man too narcissistic? Who the hell would believe him? No one in the studio suspected that. Marlon's appearance does look a bit intimidating with the tattoos. But that middle-aged beer belly and his usual behavior don't seem like he has strong fighting power at all. At most, they can bully ordinary people, and even those with a little training probably won't be their match. He couldn't help but say, Mr. Sue, do you have any misunderstandings about your own strength? Hearing this, Marlon scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Ha, that's good. But at this moment, a voice suddenly fell. You said you can't fight? Rex suddenly said in a deep voice. On July 19th last year, around 2:30 p.m., 17 hooligans suddenly showed up at a tattoo parlor in the south of the city. If I remember correctly, Mr. Sue, you were alone in the store at that time, right? Marlon's expression restrained when he heard this. His pupils suddenly contracted. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I underestimated you. You can even find out about this. Yes, I was alone in the store at that time. He raised his head and spoke calmly. But, Director Lee, there's no need to continue this topic. Speaking out will not be good for you, me, or anyone else. Everyone in the director's room was shocked when they heard this. Holy shit, is there a reversal? Is Marlon really a master? According to Minister Lee's description, it seems like he was outnumbered by 17. Countless people were shocked. Could it be that everyone really had made a mistake? You have to know that in a normal fight, being able to beat 3 or even 5 people at once is already considered a master. If he could defeat 10 at once, he would probably be able to reach the level of Tang Fist Iron Hand. Besides, that situation was not a friendly exchange at all. In a real life-and-death struggle, those little hooligans would do anything they could. Reality is not like a movie. Those young people did not hold back when they attacked. They just picked up the weapon and went right up to do it. With such an extreme disparity in numbers, if there were no hot weapons like pistols, I'm afraid no one would be able to escape unscathed. In the silent director's room, someone swallowed and couldn't help but stepped forward to ask, Director, what's the result? They were all a little curious about the outcome of this battle, which sounded so tragic. Rex said, shaking his head, It is said that the fight lasted no more than 5 minutes before the thugs panicked and called the police. Those hooligans took the initiative to ask for mediation one by one, and even paid 20,000 yuan in compensation. Is Mr. Sue injured? The man asked. Rex replied seriously, It looks like a minor injury, and there's not even any blood. At that moment, everyone in the director's room gasped. Facing more than a dozen people, he was only slightly injured. That means Marlon is invincible. How is this done? Afterwards, he even took the initiative to pay 20,000 yuan in compensation. How can an ordinary person have such strength? He must be a master. Is it because he was intimidated by his military force? Doesn't that mean the devil muscle man Oscar mentioned is really Marlon? But Marlon's appearance is really not very flattering. Just when someone asked for details and started to inquire, Director, what happened at the scene? Marlon's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he suddenly interrupted. That's enough. Stop talking. Rex glanced at it but continued as if he hadn't heard it, as if he wanted to open Marlon's wounds. At that time, Mr. Sue had an argument with the leader of the gangsters during the negotiation. The two were about to fight, but Mr. Sue slipped and fell to the ground, spraining his waist, and happened to drop his kidney stone. Before the fight even started, I was rolling on the ground in pain for several minutes. The gang was afraid someone might die, so they called the police and ended up paying 20,000 yuan in compensation. There was silence for a moment. I thought it was a scene of a passionate battle. As a result, it was actually a scam? But think about it. What the director said seems to be right. I injured my waist and got kidney stones from the fall, but they were minor injuries on the surface and no blood was seen. The gangster was so frightened that he called the police. Before the fight even started, the opponent was twitching on the ground, his face pale. Just tell me whether you were panicking or not. At that time, Marlon knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. So I kept hinting to Rex not to say anything more. Tried every possible way to stop it. Unexpectedly, they didn't give me any face at all. His face flushed. He stood up and pointed at Rex with his right hand and shook it continuously. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. Marlon looked at everyone and explained loudly. Slander. He is slandering me. In the quiet director's room, no one paid any attention and everyone felt speechless. They really thought there would be a reversal. Minister Lee really has a bad taste. He checked other people's information and remembered their dark history so clearly. Marlon's face darkened and he looked at Rex. Director Lee, didn't I tell you not to say it? Can you leave me some image? Rex smiled non-committally and asked back. Didn't you say you were a good citizen and wouldn't fight? Besides, do you still have an image? Then, Rex suddenly came to his senses and said, Oh, that's right. Being beaten shouldn't be considered fighting. Marlon. While talking, Rex was actually observing Marlon's expression. He mentioned this case to test the latter's reaction and try to find some flaws from Marlon's microexpressions. Unfortunately, Marlon's performance was too perfect. But this doesn't mean that Rex can be cleared of all charges. In his eyes, Marlon's resume was too perfect. There are even many records in the police station. The frequency is very frequent and very strange. From Rex's understanding, it was like the murderer deliberately disguised himself in the police station to create an alibi. At this moment, Marlon's cell phone rang again, interrupting his thoughts. But this time, it wasn't a phone call. It's a text message. Countless people gathered here, and Rex was no exception. Marlon had already gotten used to it and unlocked his phone with some confusion. He was also a little curious about what the boy would say. A line of text, eye-catching. Dad, don't run away. Finally, someone has noticed your tattooing skills. The other party is the largest tattoo company in Asia. They are prepared to invest $1 million to hire you to be a tattoo instructor in Myanmar's largest telecommunications park. You've made a fortune. Come back and sign the contract. Marlon was stunned, glanced at the hall surveillance camera, and swallowed. I found that Oscar was still making harsh remarks. He'll be here soon. Don't run away if you dare. For a playboy like you, he only needs one hand to deal with you. I don't believe you. Chapter 31. Are you really a devil muscle man? Stand there and don't come over. If the devil muscle man comes, you'll be on your knees in 3 minutes. In the surveillance video in the hall, Oscar was still making harsh remarks to delay time. Marlon couldn't help but twitch his mouth and his face turned green with anger. This kid is really good at lying and deceiving people. Is this what you usually say about yourself behind your back? If he hadn't been watching the surveillance camera, he would have been kept in the dark. If this really happened, I probably wouldn't even know how I died. But there is one thing Oscar said that is not wrong. After he passed by, Wong Tai would kneel on the ground in 3 minutes and pinch his philtrum. In the director's room, Rex couldn't help but laugh. He was also amused by Oscar's actions. At first I was thinking, was it too much for Marlon to say, can we just hit him? Now looking back at Oscar's harsh words, they are not unfair at all. These two, father and son, really don't want each other to have an easy life. They are both setting traps for each other behind the scenes. At this moment, the hall is under surveillance. Oscar looked at Wong Tai, who was becoming increasingly impatient, and the little genius watch, which had no news at all, and he couldn't help feeling guilty. Damn, this loud ding collects the money so quickly and never brings back any message. Facing Oscar as trash talk, Wong Tai remained expressionless. At the beginning, Wong Tai was a little afraid, thinking to himself, when did Nanjiang have such a person who was so arrogant? So he gave him some face. As a result, this kid has been flipping through that little genius's watch for 5 minutes. None of the calls went through. He stood there and listened to the kid talking trash for 5 minutes without repeating a single word. At this point, even if Wong Tai was a fool, he should have reacted. Oscar was obviously making fun of him. He finally lost his patience, moved his hands and feet, and moved closer step by step. Oscar also panicked when he saw it. After all, Wang Tai did not show any strange or uncomfortable expressions since he entered the door. Even Oscar had no way of judging whether the cartilage powder was effective or not. He said, backing away somewhat awkwardly, "Well, as you can see, Devil Muscle Man is fully booked today. Why don't you come back another day?" "Oh, this is his phone number." While Oscar was talking, he also wrote a small note with Marlon's phone number on it. "Next time you can just call him directly. You don't have to come all the way here to see me. It's nothing. We won't send you off." The audience in the live broadcast room have laughed themselves to death. Oscar's series of actions were a blatant trap for Marlon. "Ha ha, I'm so filial. What a loving father and filial son. This is such a cool operation. Ha ha, isn't the kid too skilled at diverting trouble?" If his father hadn't been in the studio, he wouldn't have known how heavy the blame was on his shoulders. Wang Tai took a glance at it and actually put the note into his pocket. But his gaze was still fixed on Oscar, with no intention of leaving. Oscar was stunned. No way, this can't fool people. This big guy is not easy to deal with. Under the gas mask, a childish voice asked tentatively, "Ayutst, how about I get you a glass of water? It's okay if you're hungry. I'll make you some egg fried rice." Who responded to Oscar was Wang Tai's silent face. Without saying a word, he gave the other party a strong sense of oppression. Before this, Wang Tai witnessed the entire live broadcast process. He is not very smart, but he is not stupid either. It's obvious that I won't be fooled by such a simple trick again. Minister Lee's analysis was correct. James lost because he was too smart. But he was different. He had no brains at all and had no chance of making these mistakes. Wang Tai shook his head and stood in front of Oscar. A huge shadow loomed over the tiny body. "It's time to end this." Minister Lee said that the reputation of the entire Nanjiang police depends on him. This not only concerns his reputation as the Iron Hand of Tang Fist, but also the honor of Nanjiang Police Station. Tonight, he must give an explanation to the entire program team. I saw his bucket-like hand slowly reaching towards Oscar. There is a huge gap between the two. This cannot be compensated by any skill. What's more, Wang Tai has never been truly afraid of anyone since he started learning karate. The live broadcast room, which had been active all night, finally experienced a brief period of silence. In the previous barrage, there was still a glimmer of hope for Oscar. But now, public opinion on the internet is completely one-sided. It's over. Tang Fist Iron Hand didn't give me any chance. Now the kid is really going to reopen. It's really the peak game. The Tontian era meets the Tontian era middle era. However, as the only man in the program team who has a sequel, Xiao Hai-ge should be content. In the director's room, Rex's right hand also tightly grasped the walkie-talkie, as if he was ready to advise Wang Tai not to get too carried away. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see the difference between the two. Although he wanted to get some more information out of Marlon and his son, the show had to end. You have to know that just based on the scattered clues casually mentioned by Marlon, they were able to capture several criminals and contraband in one fell swoop. If any important key information is really obtained, it may be possible to eradicate the cancer that Nanjiang has been dealing with for several years, and a major criminal gang like the Chanda Group will be eradicated in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he not only faces pressure from his superiors and online public opinion, but also the image of the Nanjiang police station. All these responsibilities combined are beyond his ability to bear alone. In the surveillance footage, Wang Tai's right hand was also on Oscar's collar. With his strength, it was easy for him to lift an elementary school student weighing only 100 pounds. "Sorry, brat. I'll take you to see your father now." The tone in his rough voice was full of menace. It sounds just like the cruel words uttered by the villain when he deals a fatal blow to the protagonist. Wang Tai smiled and looked at the gas mask, trying to find the fear in the child's expression. He was indeed telling the truth. Oscar and Marlon will be able to meet immediately. In the past, when I said these words, the children would be scared and cry. But then, he frowned and found that even though he had used up all his strength, the thin body in front of him did not move much. On the other hand, Oscar also had a hand on his. Wang Tai was completely unable to resist. Something is wrong. Impossible. With my own strength, I can definitely lift this child. The arm strength of his single hand exceeds 200 kilograms. Not to mention children, even adults can lift it easily. This guy has definitely practiced before. The chassis was surprisingly stable, and even when I used all my strength with one hand, it didn't move at all. At this moment, Wang Tai's face changed, and he couldn't help but think of the nickname. Karate Nemesis. Devil Kinnikuman. This karate master, who is well known in Asia, finally started to panic. For the first time in so many years, he felt a sense of fear. He looked grim, and no one knew what he was thinking. Unfortunately, no matter how many reasons he thought of, he failed to realize that it was his own power that was weakened. The two of them maintained this action for a long time, as if the picture was completely still. At this time, Oscar was also wondering, and his eyes wandered unconsciously on the other person. Why doesn't this big guy do anything? What is he doing with his hands on me? But I thought, if the other person doesn't move, wouldn't it be impolite for me to move suddenly? His gaze fell on the statue of Guan Gong in the corner, and looking at a few wisps of misty smoke, he suddenly came to his senses. The cartilage powder is effective. At the same time, Wang Tai's doubtful voice came. Could it be that you are really the devil muscle man? Chapter 32. You are the only one called Charlotte. Oscar tentatively removed the thick hand from his collar. Apart from the weight of his arms, he did not feel any resistance at all, but rather felt a sense of relief. If Oscar used his original strength, it might be difficult for him to remove the arm. But now, through the rewards from the system, his seemingly weak body has also possessed the strength of an ordinary adult. On the other hand, Wang Tai was completely different. Beads of sweat began to flow on both sides of his forehead. His right hand trembled slightly, and he was extremely resisting Oscar's actions, but still couldn't stop that slender little hand at all. He could only watch Oscar take his right hand away. Wang Tai's heart sank, and he was extremely shocked. How can such a small body possess this level of power? It was the first time that he felt such a horrible sense of oppression, purely crushing oneself in terms of strength. How much arm strength can this hand have? 300 pounds or 400 pounds? He couldn't imagine it at all. However, this feeling is completely incomprehensible to others. In the director's room, a staff member asked with a strange look on his face. Director, why isn't Wang Tai moving? Are you draining water? Rex was also a little confused and had no idea what Wang Tai was doing. However, with his extremely sharp eyes, he still noticed the cold sweat on Wang Tai's forehead. Is there something at the scene that makes him afraid? But looking at the entire scene, there was nothing noteworthy. He also wondered if it could be the 3 incense sticks. But if you think about it carefully, Wang Tai did not suffer from any poisoning or other adverse reactions, and his voice was still normal. This is particularly unbelievable. After much thought, it seems that the only possibility is to let it go. Netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. Is the program crew wasting time? Brother Wang Tai's letting the game go is too obvious. I thought I was stuck. Oops. Let's end this soon. I want to see how the kid faces the police. There are more and more discussions and countless barges. However, through surveillance, the scene still maintained a weird atmosphere. This made the program crew a little uncomfortable. Although instructions had been given before, the director's room was prohibited from using walkie-talkies to convey information to testers. But Rex couldn't care less now. If we delay any further, it will ruin the reputation of the Nanjiang police station. The reputation of the program team will also be ruined. He just pressed the intercom in his hand and spoke without hesitation. Xiao Wang, don't let the water go. Solve it quickly and expose your identity. But in the hall they were monitoring, Wang Tai was so shocked at this moment that his heart was about to break. He completely ignored the tiny Bluetooth headset hidden beside his ear. This doesn't make sense. How could my strength be inferior to that of this little brat? Even the reaction is not as fast as the opponent. Oscar was rather hesitant at first, worried that the effect of the cartilage powder would not be fully demonstrated. After some testing, he found that Wang Tai seemed to have no ability to resist at all. This made him start to swell up a bit. When Rex frowned, wondering why Wang Tai didn't reply to the message, Oscar's childish and arrogant voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie in his hand. Your name is Charlotte. You are so arrogant. What is happening? He was stunned and subconsciously looked towards the surveillance camera. Oscar, who had retreated to the corner, suddenly moved towards Wang Tai with his 1.4-meter tall figure and pushed Wang Tai with his slender right hand. The latter's tall body did not resist at all and even staggered back a few steps. Oscar approached Wang Tai step by step, pushing him with one hand. Weren't you very arrogant just now? This time it was Wang Tai's turn to sweat profusely. The sheer difference in strength and reaction made him unable to even think of resisting, and he was forced into a corner by the elementary school student in front of him. Seeing that Wang Tai was completely intimidated, Oscar became more aggressive. He jumped up, grabbed Wang Tai by the collar, and made him sit on the ground. The little hand patted Wang Tai's face twice. I heard you're very arrogant. Wang Tai raised his head and glared at Oscar, trying to scare him off. I tell you, my brain doesn't work well. As a result, Oscar was happy and reached out to Wang Tai with one hand. With whom? Bang. Who are you trying to scare? I'm just trying to scare someone who's got a good brain, right? Why don't you ask what the owner of this house is? He thought that maybe something was wrong with Lao Deng. But as the mastermind behind the scenes, reporting this name should be somewhat useful. At least it has some deterrent effect. However, what puzzled Su Chun was that even though he possessed strength comparable to that of an adult, the damage he could cause was extremely limited. After all, he has muscles all over his body, not to mention the ability to withstand blows developed through various competitions. If you think about it carefully, you will realize that something is wrong. If Oscar really had exaggerated strength, one punch wouldn't have had this effect. But today, Wang Tai was beaten so hard that he was stunned. His brain was not working well in the first place. When facing a primary school student, the brain is overloaded and it is impossible to think at all. Anyone who gets beaten like this by an elementary school student would be stunned. Oscar's voice continued to come. Charlotte? Charlotte? Are you still called Charlotte? Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. No. What the hell is going on? The screen was full of question marks throughout the entire live broadcast. At first, they wondered how an elementary school student could have the courage to be so arrogant in front of Wang Tai and even touch him. With those big muscles, wouldn't it be possible for him to kill an elementary school student with just one punch? Is this Oscar kid trying to kill himself? Against Tiangang? Didn't he hear Wang Tai introduce himself? Tang Quan Tai show is kidding you? Being so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by Wang Tai? As a result, I turned around and saw a 1.4 meter tall elementary school student beating up a 1.8 meter tall muscular man. And he kept shouting, "You are called Charlotte." No, shouldn't Oscar be held in Wang Tai's hand and begging for mercy? This seems to be different from what they imagined. Oh no, it's completely different. The audience was stunned. Isn't this guy the karate champion Wang Tai? Isn't it Tang Fist Iron Hand? How come? I don't have any ability to resist at all. This must be a show effect. No, it must be the wrong way to open it. If it's not Brother Wang Tai, why are you still releasing it into the sea, even though it's like this? Is this some kind of hobby of Brother Wang Tai? If you want to destroy something, you must first make it expand. But watching the surveillance video, Wang Tai had no intention of resisting at all. If Wang Tai could have a background music at this time, it would definitely be the familiar flute. True love is like the vast grassland. Countless viewers suddenly remembered what Wang Tai said at the beginning. Could it be, this guy is really a devil muscle man? Is he really the nemesis of karate? Chapter 33 Dashikin. What are you doing? Director, what's going on? Wang Tai. The staff in the studio were stunned. The scene in front of him was so shocking that even Rex was unable to react, with the walkie-talkie still in his hand. He looked at the surveillance footage in confusion, even wondering if he had seen it wrong. However, the person who had the biggest reaction in the entire studio was Marlon. He stood up, his eyes almost glued to the screen, staring at the monitor so intently that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. No. Is this the idol in his impression who crushed Sakura to pieces with one punch? Now he is being beaten up by an elementary school student? In his mind, Wang Tai's idol image was completely shattered. After a long silence, he turned his head and looked at the director and asked, "Director, this Wang Tai is a fake, right? It is recommended to conduct a thorough investigation." Rex also remained silent. This didn't make any sense. In Wang Tai's stubborn mind, there is no such thing as letting go. Even when dealing with children, it is impossible to be so indulgent. What's more, the title of Iron Hand of Tang Fist is not exaggerated at all. With Tang Tai's strength, there is absolutely no reason for him to be suppressed like this. Looking at Wang Tai's miserable appearance in the surveillance video, Rex was a little angry and pressed the intercom again and shouted loudly, "Big silly Haru, what are you doing? Fight back now! Fight back!" These shouts seemed to really reach Wang Tai's ears. At this time, Wang Tai, who was dazed by the beating of the child, showed a trace of clarity in his confused eyes and suddenly came to his senses. "Yes, why don't you fight back? Something is wrong. Nothing is right. No matter how much training a primary school student gets, he should not have such strength. What were you doing just now? How could he be so embarrassed?" His eyes regained their sharpness in an instant, and he instinctively began to analyze his opponent. His footwork was messy and his punches were disorganized. This kid shows no signs of having ever received any fighting training. What's more, there is an absolute difference in size. That little guy can't possibly beat me. Moreover, the impact force of that brat's fist didn't seem to be very strong. You can win. The winning rate is 100%. This is the confidence of a karate champion. Wang Tai's resolute face regained its composure, and he spoke in a very reliable voice. Don't worry, I'm going to take action. This sentence is said to the director in the studio and the audience in the live broadcast room. He put his hands in front and behind in a standard karate stance. Ah! A roar seemed to be announcing the rhythm of his counterattack. An aura emanated from him. That is the attitude that only the strong have. At this moment in the director's room, Rex's heart finally settled down a little, his slightly tense hands relaxed, and he smiled. Sure enough, they were releasing water before. Facing a child, there is no possibility that Wang Tai would lose. Anyone who is familiar with Wang Tai or has watched the game knows this. Once in the battle, Wang Tai roared. That means that Tang Fist Iron Hand will end the game in a wild manner. This is almost always the case in countless competitions and fights. Orange TV, the audience in the live broadcast room, came back to their senses at this time. Wang Tai should be playing with the child. After all, the more arrogant you were just now, the more miserable you are now. This kid really needs to be punished. Some viewers were indignant when they saw Oscar's arrogant look. After all, in the eyes of many middle-aged people, Wang Tai is like an idol. They shouted in the comments. Sure enough, Wang Tai was just letting the water go. Oscar is going to suffer this time. That's right. Why is he so arrogant? Wang Tai, beat him up. I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time. He actually beat up my idol like this. Obviously, in the eyes of countless viewers, if Wang Tai just stood there without using his hands and feet, Oscar would not be able to win. The gap between the two is simply indescribable. It is a complete all-round crushing. From the surveillance camera in the hall, Wang Tai's roar was wild and terrifying. Oscar was startled, thinking that this guy suddenly had a seizure. Those beast-like eyes were staring at him. Oscar couldn't help feeling guilty and was shocked. Could it be that the effect of the cartilage powder had ended? Under the gas mask, he glanced and found that only 1/3 of the cartilage powder had burned. It scared me. Oscar got angry instantly and slapped him. You are pretending. But Wang Tai's eyes flashed, and there was no fear in them. Defense now. Oscar's movements in front of him were exceptionally slow. Just a little effort is needed to block this attack. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's all. Then a small slap hit him in the face. Your name is Charlotte? Ah, Charlotte. Wang Tai was stunned, with a look of surprise on his face. How is that possible? Why didn't I block it with my hands? Under such an attack, his right hand slowed down for several beats. The confidence that I had finally built up was shattered once again. Little did he know that the cartilage dispersion had made him feel weak all over without him realizing it, and to a certain extent also paralyzed his nerve reactions. So we get a situation where the eyes react, but the hands can't keep up. Anger flashed in Wang Tai's eyes. He tried to use the anger to secrete a large amount of adrenaline to make his body reach an excited state, and his right hand made a punching gesture. However, Oscar casually moved it away with his hands. How dare you fight back? What are you yelling about? Oscar was a little puzzled at this time. This guy was too tough. How long will it take for him to stop being a threat? Wang Tai was also feeling aggrieved, so he just beat the person up. What does it mean to keep calling someone's name? He roared loudly. My name is not Charlotte. Imengtia. There was silence for a moment, and Oscar was stunned. This big guy is pretty funny. His fist in the air dropped again. Wang Tai, right? The one I hit was Wang Tai. Tang Fist Iron Hand, right? I'm gonna hit you. Wang Tai felt a little depressed at not being able to fight back. The most important thing is that Oscar's fists don't have much killing power, but combined with his trash talk, they are extremely insulting. Wang Tai doesn't have any serious physical problems, but his psychological defenses are about to break first. Who can bear this kind of injustice? The Asian karate champion was pinned to the ground and rubbed by a primary school student. What a joke. Wang Taigang opened his mouth. Oscar's fist came towards his face. Scream. Keep screaming. Then he discovered that this slap in the face was much more effective. Weakness attacks are different. Don't hit me in the face. Wang Tai seems to be still defending his last bit of face. But unexpectedly, Oscar didn't give any face at all. What happened to hitting you in the face? I hit him in the face. After this round of attacks, Wang Taidao was heartbroken and gave up resisting completely. After being beaten for more than 10 minutes, apart from a bruised face and nose, the only injuries were superficial. This is too insulting. He initially suspected that Oscar was holding back on his attack on purpose. But in the end, I found out that this was not the case at all. If it was an evenly matched opponent, he might have no burden at all, even be able to fully accept your own failure. The problem is that the opponent is an elementary school student. A top karate master was beaten like this by an elementary school student. Doesn't he have any dignity? What the hell? When have I ever suffered such an injustice? The live broadcast room and the director's room fell silent again. What went wrong? Chapter 34. Cuffed by an elementary school student. Oscar's hands were not enough. He kicked a few times with his feet. They say you're only training dead muscles. He was stunned to find that this guy had completely given up resistance. He was leaning against the wall with tears streaming down his face, as if he was doubting his life. But this is exactly what Oscar would like to see. Although the effect of cartilage powder is strong, its duration is limited. He roughly estimated that it would take about 20 minutes at most, or half an hour at most. If Wang Tai really dragged it out for half an hour, Oscar would definitely be dead. Oscar is usually very low-key and never says so many harsh words. Today must be a special case, so he thought about breaking it down psychologically first. The next step, of course, is to tie it up so that it completely eliminates any threat to oneself. Oscar was thinking that with this guy's strength, it might not be reliable to use ordinary ropes. Then he turned around and saw the remaining pair of handcuffs on the coffee table. He muttered to himself, "These things are really self-defense tools." After a while, Oscar finally heard the system's voice. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward, basic firearm skills. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands. Fortunately, this guy's psychological defenses were broken. Otherwise, with this guy's strong physique, it would be difficult to make Wang Tai lose his threat. Just when Oscar was thinking about how to deal with the two gangsters at home, the voice of the system came to his ears again. Ding! It is detected that the host has defeated the psychological defense of the legendary figure Wang Tai and perfectly completed the mission. Get extra reward, Furniture Master. Oscar was stunned. He could still understand basic firearm skills. What kind of bullshit skill is this, Furniture Master? Can you skillfully make furniture? The structure and design of furniture? It's a bit too tasteless. Then a line of system text suddenly popped up in front of me. Description: can skillfully use various furniture to attack and throw. Feature: agility is improved when moving through furniture. Oscar was silent for a moment. So this is what Furniture Master means. This system is a real mess. While he was thinking, Oscar seemed to remember something and suddenly turned around and said to Wang Tai, "By the way, remember my name is Marlin. I won't change my name, and I won't change my surname. If you don't agree, come to the South City Tattoo Shop and kill me anytime." He looked up and thought about it. Since Lao Deng ran away without caring about the relationship between father and son, it should be okay for me to let him take more blame. Thinking of this, Oscar's guilt immediately disappeared. The audience in the live broadcast room were so shocked that they were speechless. This is fucking true. Tang Fist Iron Hand was actually beaten up by his elementary school student, and he even fucking beat him to tears. For a moment, many viewers had to focus their attention on the only suspicious clue: the 3 incense sticks offered under the statue of Guangong. Netizens had no choice but to make wild guesses. Fuck, is Guangong really possessed? Is he really possessed by a spirit? Does he really have a guardian spirit? How could he beat up Wang Tai so easily? First, eliminate the devil muscle man. Wearing a mask, I know it's the bull warrior who possessed me. In many cases, when science cannot explain something, theology has to come into play. After all, the scene was so weird that the audience present would never forget it. An elementary school student wearing a gas mask beat up a muscular man who was half a head taller than him. As for those fans of Tang Fist Iron Hand, they have been quietly shattered at this moment. Everyone unanimously denied it, saying that it wasn't Wang Tai at all, but a stand-in found by the program crew from somewhere. As soon as this view was put forward, it was immediately affirmed by most netizens. This is definitely not Wang Tai. Wang Tai doesn't have such a colorful pan. I've been a die-hard fan for 10 years. Although the person on the show looks a bit like Wang Tai, he is definitely not Wang Tai himself. Yes, this is the stand-in found by the program team. How could Tankwan Iron Hands be beaten up by an elementary school student? It's obvious that this is a program effect created by the program team. If Wang Tai saw this news, he would probably be shattered. A show, but ended up losing my identity. As for the director's room, the expressions of Rex and others can be said to be quite complicated. As the saying goes, those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things clearly. If you haven't noticed the problem yet, then there must be something fishy going on. As someone with a god's perspective, he was already very clear that there must be something wrong with the 3 incense sticks. Otherwise, Oscar wouldn't wear a gas mask for no reason. But there is nothing similar on the market. Rex would ignore this thing, and he couldn't help but glance at Marlin. Only the leader of Qing Long has the channels to get such special things. Oh! He sighed deeply, feeling a little overwhelmed. At this point, he had no idea where Marlin was coming from. Originally, he was counting on Wang Tai to turn the tables. Now it's completely finished. A popular science program that tests the safety awareness of primary school students. Now 2 police officers have been kidnapped by primary school students who mistook them for criminals. Now the entire Nanjiang police station has lost face. Rex didn't know how to continue the show. I originally thought that having James as my dream boy was already a rare talent, but I didn't expect to have Wang Tai as my dream boy. He was told not to underestimate the enemy, but in the end he was still delayed for so much time. He couldn't help but glance at the barrage, and his face turned black when he saw the content. Primary school students, report your numbers. Captive number 1 captures the shit king here. Prisoner number 2 cuts off the water flow here. Netizens' way of using memes really keeps up with the times. Rex couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He felt ashamed of himself. Even as a director, I can't escape the fate of being given a nickname. Now he is affectionately called the commander of the prisoner camp. Under the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, countless netizens and viewers were asking when the next person would appear. If I tell this to others, I don't know how others will laugh at me. Before he could recover from the shock, his superior called again. Rex was too embarrassed to answer the phone. This time I didn't avoid it and answered the call directly. As expected, a scolding came from the other end. No, what's going on with your show? Where's Wang Tai? Did he hurt someone again? Zhang Dihai was a little puzzled. Why did such a weird thing come from such a primary school science program? He frowned and asked, is the child seriously injured? No, he's in handcuffs. What? That kid even handcuffed an elementary school student? Why don't you untie him right away? Rex was silent again. No, it was Wang Tai who was handcuffed by the elementary school students. Zhang Dihai also fell silent. Old Li, do you think it's fun to tease me? Rex was also a little helpless. Director Zhang, why don't you just watch the live broadcast? I was really handcuffed. Zhang Dihai seemed to have heard that Rex's tone really didn't seem to be a joke. So, what you mean is that 2 policemen came to test the elementary school students and were captured alive by them? Yes. Although Rex didn't want to admit it, this was the fact. Zhang Dihai laughed angrily. I asked you to take the test, but you guys are addicted to taking tests on elementary school students, right? And being caught by elementary school life. Do you think I believe it? Now that I'm being questioned, I don't know how to answer. Just wait for your punishment. Beep, beep, beep. The call was ruthlessly hung up. In the office, Zhang Dihai clicked on the live broadcast replay out of curiosity. Half an hour later, he also fell silent. I've really been caught up in primary school life. Chapter 35, it's broken. I'm a ghost. At the number 43 sewer manhole on Huayuan Road, a dirty snake brother suddenly emerged, followed by 2 of his younger brothers. Brother Snake's face was gloomy, and he was filled with great resentment. Damn it. Who leaked our whereabouts? Who on earth is it? A younger brother said somewhat indignantly. It must be a group. Who else but the people above us could know our whereabouts? We worked so hard for the group, and they're trying to push us into a dead end. Brother Snake waved his hands calmly. Impossible. Brother Xiaolong and I have a lifelong friendship. There is no way the higher-ups will sell us out. The Nanjiang Criminal Investigation Team acted extremely quickly, giving Snake Brother no time to react. They were fleeing all the way and hadn't even discovered the locators and eavesdropping devices inside the goods. Brother Snake is still constantly wondering who sold him out and what the problem is. They were extremely cautious in this transaction and prepared to transport a large amount of contraband in batches under the name of revenge. The location of the transaction was specially chosen near a science program. I have to say, the plan went exceptionally smoothly. Until an hour before the meeting that day, the police did not take any action. But just as they were preparing to deliver the first batch of goods, the Nanjiang police station seemed to have eyes in the sky and launched a lightning operation. All the peripheral thugs and temporary workers were arrested directly. Brother Snake began to doubt his life. Who on earth is the traitor? Did Brother Xiaolong really sell himself out? He suspected countless people in an instant, but he still couldn't figure out who the traitor was. I don't know why, but Brother Snake always feels like there's a heavy pot on his back. Even though they have escaped now, the situation is still not optimistic. The sound of police car sirens could still be heard on the surrounding streets. It was obvious that this was a planned roundup that almost blocked all his escape routes. Through previous confrontations with the police seemed to have figured out his escape method and route pattern and launched a targeted roundup. Brother Snake took a deep breath, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. We probably won't be able to escape this time. Damn it, since the group doesn't want us to live, they can forget about it either. Obviously, now that all clues have been ruled out, the only possibility is that they were sold out by their superiors. Then Brother Snake turned around and said, Ma Zi, where's the phone number I asked you to keep? Ma Zi, who was standing next to him, took out a Nokia from his pocket. Snake looked around and sneered, then took the Nokia and walked into the alley. Hey, Brother Chong, please tell Brother Xiaolong a few words. Just tell him that there is a traitor in the group. This is Brother Snake's conspiracy. As the last words before being arrested, the information contained in it is of great significance. It's very simple. If there really is a traitor, the powerful group will naturally track it down to the end. But if the group really sold out Snake Brother, the news of the traitor would be enough to make them panic and even cause internal strife. There was a dull voice on the other end of the line. What's going on? Where are you? Do you want me to send someone to pick you up? All around, the sound of police car sirens was getting closer and closer. According to the GPS, it was difficult to lose track of them. In the alley, Brother Snake shook his head and said in a deep voice, It's too late. Please take care of yourself, Brother Xiaolong, for me. The next moment, he disassembled the Nokia into several pieces and threw them away, and also threw the SIM card into the sewer. He raised his hands and walked out slowly. In less than 20 minutes, Brother Snake and his brothers, who had troubled the Nanjiang police station for half a year, were all arrested. In the police car, the fully armed criminal investigation team leader Liao Ming looked a little strange at the moment. This arrest operation was so fucking smooth, there seemed to be no resistance at all. The most important thing is that the GPS positioning data is extremely accurate. It was exactly like being carried close to the body by a criminal. No undercover agent has this ability. Liao Ming asked curiously, How is it going? How many contraband items have you found? Have you found the GPS positioning chip? A police officer responded seriously. Captain, we haven't found any contraband so far, but we did find a box of cash. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be the buyers. Then the police officer's expression became strange. In addition, we found a bag of flour on Brother Snake. I wonder if it has any special meaning. Liao Ming was stunned when he heard this, somewhat unable to understand. Flour? Do you want to rob the thieves? The police officer shook his head, also not understanding, and added, Not sure, but we found a GPS locator and a bug in the flour. According to the model data above, it should be the equipment of the publicity department of our bureau. When Liao Ming heard this, he burst into tears. Isn't the propaganda department your own master? Who else could it be but him? He knew that this clue would definitely not be so easy to obtain. What kind of identity could allow Snake Brother to carry a bug and a GPS positioner close to his body? That is undoubtedly the most intimate relationship. Liao Ming's eyes turned red, and he felt even sadder. The master still refused to admit it, but he knew that the master was just trying to save face and didn't want to say anything. In order to pass on such crucial information to me, my master was able to do this for me. So touching. In a few days, I must take master to the best anorectal hospital. Nanjiang City, 28th floor, Fuqiang Building, West City. Ding, with the crisp sound of the elevator, a man in a suit and tie hurried out. The luxurious suit made the man look a bit shabby, and the scar running across the side of his face was particularly creepy. Brother Xiaolong, something bad has happened. The batch of goods from Sunshine Community was intercepted by the police. The snake probably won't be able to escape. In the office, Brother Xiaolong, who was sitting on the sofa, turned around and smiled confidently. With Snake's ability, how could the police catch him? Ah Chiang, don't joke with me at this time. He has special trust in his brothers. Scar Ah Chiang shook his head and sighed. Brother Long's snake was really caught. Brother Long's smile gradually froze as he sat on the sofa, tapping on the mahogany table with his fingertips and a cold sound was heard. What did Snake say last? Chong looked around, made sure that no one was around, closed the office door, and then spoke. Snake said there's a traitor in the group. He analyzed in a deep voice. No one in the group knew about this operation. Besides Brother Long and I, there is also Snake. No one else can know about it. If Snake hadn't finally revealed the news, we might still be in the dark. Chong thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't figure out who the traitor was. Obviously, I and Brother Long can be ruled out, and as for the captured Snake, that is even more impossible. Just as he raised his head, he found that Brother Long was staring at him with suspicion in his eyes. Chong was stunned and almost didn't react. Oh, no. Oh no. I'm a fucking traitor. The black muzzle of the gun was pointing at his head, and at that moment tears were welling up in the eyes of this tough man. Because he was really wronged, he said with a crying voice. Brother Long, this is unfair. I'm really not a ghost. Brother Xiaolong sneered. Do you think I will believe you? This question may be difficult for others to judge, but it was too clear for Brother Long. There were only 3 people who knew about this operation, and I and the captured Snake were directly excluded. The last one is only Amin. He looked coldly at the scarred man in front of him. Ming, I treat you well on weekdays, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Ming kept waving his hands and said anxiously with a trembling voice. No, Brother Long, please listen to my explanation. Why explain? Hi, you let it slip, little black guy. Then a hint of determination flashed in Brother Long's eyes, and he pulled the trigger in his hand. Chapter 36, There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is the master who carries the burden and moves forward. Director, what should we do now? Do you want to continue the test? In the director's room, a staff member couldn't help but ask. It was originally a science program about safety awareness test, but it is outrageous enough that it has a sequel. Given the current situation, there is actually going to be a 3rd episode. The most important thing is that the live broadcast time registered by their program team is approaching. This means that when the time comes, their live broadcast will be forcibly terminated. In this short period of time, they must give a satisfactory answer to their superiors. Even Rex couldn't hold it in anymore and couldn't help but scold. What are you testing? Are you addicted to testing? Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Orange TV is now the focus of the entire network, and everyone is waiting to see the program crew make a fool of themselves. Just as he was about to continue his lecture, a phone call suddenly came in. Rex was ready to be scolded, but he found out that the person calling was actually his apprentice. He glanced at Marlon. It was obvious that what was happening in the case could not be heard by outsiders, so he stood up and walked out the door. He only answered the phone when he reached the stairwell. Xiao Liao, what's wrong? As soon as Liao Ming heard the tone, he knew that his master was in a bad mood. When he thought about it carefully, he felt that Snake's appearance was really not flattering and was quite disgusting. Master has made such a sacrifice for intelligence. It is normal for him to be in a bad mood. As an apprentice, he naturally understood his master's temper. Although the old man is very face-conscious, he never likes to beat around the bush and prefers to be straightforward. But he couldn't say what the master had done, so he could only express it in an obscure way. Liao Ming took a deep breath, then mustered up the courage to speak. Master has been wronged for this piece of information. We caught Brother Snake. Rex was stunned and sighed deeply. It turned out that his apprentice was sensible. He did not forget to watch his own show while catching people. He also knew that it was not easy for him to get this information. He really feels wronged. This crappy science program was filmed like this. 2 policemen were tied up by a primary school student. If the higher-ups hold him accountable as the director and propaganda minister, all the pressure will be on him. Rex waved his hands, calming down a bit. It's okay, Xiao Liao. I'll just help you if I can. Liao Ming was particularly moved by the indifferent tone of voice, which read after finishing the work, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Master must have been mentally prepared to be able to make such a sacrifice. He said gratefully, Thank you, Master. I'll take you to the best anorectal hospital in Nanjiang in a couple of days. He didn't say too many sensational words. As an apprentice, everything is in action. Rex was stunned. Although he was grateful, wasn't it a bit abrupt for you to suddenly bring up this topic? Is it too sensitive for 2 grown men to bring up such a topic? If this was heard by someone with ulterior motives, wouldn't it lead to misunderstanding? Or has my disciple grown up? My little secret that I have hemorrhoids recently was discovered by this kid? Rex was shocked. He thought he had concealed it well, but he was discovered. Although hemorrhoids are a little difficult to talk about, It is not that awkward between men. Now that you've been discovered, just admit it openly. He nodded with some relief, but did not refuse. That's thoughtful, Xiao Liao. After a brief conversation, Liao Ming became more certain of his guess. The arrest operation was not that simple. It was just that my master was carrying the heavy burden forward in secret. He felt even more grateful. In the corridor, Rex hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. At least there is some good news. But what should we do with this show? Thinking of this, he felt overwhelmed again. But Rex suddenly thought that things didn't seem that bad. If they had previously suspected that Marlin was the head of a criminal organization, there was no evidence. But now it's different. He only needs to explain to his superiors that the 2 arrests of Xiao Liao today were based on the intelligence clues he provided. Although this cannot be used as strong evidence to prove Marlin's crime and arrest him. But at least the leader can trust himself. Rex thought so and quickly dialed the phone. Sure enough, the call was connected quickly. Director Zhang, it's me. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Dihai's excuse came out. Old Li, I have to tell you first. The leaders above are very angry this time. You guys should figure out a solution for this matter. Don't expect me to help you. From the tone of the call, we can probably guess it. These 2 guys actually have a pretty good relationship. If it was some small matter, Zhang Dihai would have helped to handle it long ago. However, the content of this program is really too outrageous. 2 soldiers from the Nanjiang police station were kidnapped by elementary school students in turn. He really couldn't think of any reason to defend himself. Rex waved his hand and said, I don't need your help, but there are some things I need to ask you for. Just follow the normal process. Zhang Dihai said a little impatiently. Don't give me that crap. If you have something to fart, just fart now. No matter what your reasons are, I can't help you. Rex said calmly. Director Zhang should know about my apprentice, right? Not only did they capture a large number of peripheral members of the group, they even captured the snake. Zhang Dihai frowned, somewhat puzzled. I know Yao Ming. What does this have to do with you? If you want that boy to do something meritorious and ask him to plead for you, let me tell you first, it won't work with me. Rex smiled calmly. But what if that kid was able to capture the snake because of the information I gave him? Zhang Dihai raised his eyebrows slightly. This was indeed a good reason. What do you want me to do? Rex was silent for a moment. If he wants to get intelligence from Marlin for a long time, he must have a legitimate reason to keep in contact with him. Live streaming is a good way to do this. I would like to apply to extend the duration of this program. It would be best to find an excuse to keep an eye on this kid live for 24 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Dihai couldn't help but retort. Are you crazy? Don't you think live streaming is embarrassing enough? Extend the live broadcast time? Or do we need to fill up a prisoner camp for elementary school students? The commander of my prisoner camp. Rex couldn't help but frown, but still spoke calmly. At present, I suspect that the child's parent, Marlin, is most likely the leader of the Qinglong gang who is hiding deep inside. And Oscar should be the young master of this criminal organization. Zhang Dihai calmed down a bit after hearing this and asked seriously, Is there any evidence? No. Deputy Director Zhang obviously had a bad temper, and he spoke directly. You have no evidence. What can you say? You think this is a detective competition? We police officers must rely on evidence when doing things. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Rex's calm voice. The information about capturing Snake and the outer members of the group was obtained from Marlin. Zhang Dihai's eyes lit up. How can I help you? Chapter 37, Mr. Su. Don't worry that our production team will go back on their word. At this moment, Marlin was sitting in front of the surveillance camera. He seemed calm on the surface, but he was actually very panicked inside. It's over. This time things have really gotten serious. Originally, I just wanted to participate in the show to teach my son a lesson. Unexpectedly, he messed up. Oscar gave him a big surprise and tied up the 2 police officers who came to his house for testing. If the situation continues, Marlin is really worried that it will be out of control. And the eldest son is so filial. After hearing the harsh words said to Wang Tai on the show, he wanted to reach his hand through the screen and cover that guy's mouth. He really can't take the blame for this. He was also thinking at this time, why not find an opportunity to withdraw from the competition? The program is now extremely popular on the internet, but for the Nanjiang police, all the comments are negative. He felt that Director Li must be thinking about how to end the incident properly at this moment. Director Li had answered a phone call without hesitation in the studio before. The leaders above attach great importance to this result. Therefore, at this time, as long as I express my desire to withdraw from the competition, the program team will definitely agree. Bah! There was a loud slam of a door. Under the gazes of countless people, Rex walked in after answering the phone and went straight towards Marlon. Rex knew very well that the connection with Marlon must not be broken. He must find a way to take control of this line in his own hands. The intelligence and value this brings to me is absolutely immeasurable. Now that something unexpected has happened to the head of a powerful group, this is an extremely sensitive period. Marlon, the leader of Qinglong, took the initiative to sign up for the program. He might be sending a subtle signal of cooperation to the Nanjiang police station. All Marlon wants is for himself or his son, the young master of the Qinglong gang, to be under the watchful eyes of the police. This is the only way to ensure your own safety from the group's almost crazy revenge. Therefore, at this time, Rex took the opportunity to propose extending the program time or changing the nature of the program content. Marlon will definitely not refuse and will certainly agree happily. The two looked at each other, and for some reason Marlon and Rex both smiled meaningfully. Marlon asked tentatively with a smile, "What? Has Director Lee settled it?" Rex raised an eyebrow and looked him over. Unexpectedly, Marlon knew the news that the criminal investigation team had caught Snake so quickly. However, when he was sure that the person in front of him was the leader of the Qinglong gang, he was no longer so surprised. He couldn't help but be polite. "Thanks to your good words, it's going relatively smoothly." Marlon couldn't help but laugh, winking as he spoke. "It seems that Director Lee should also know what I want to mention." Noticing Marlon's look, Rex immediately understood and nodded slightly. Sure enough, Marlon had the same idea, so everything was easy. He smiled and nodded in response. "Of course, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Su probably wants to talk about something related to the show, right?" While speaking, Rex closely observed the other person's reaction. Hearing the two key words program, Marlon was delighted and couldn't hide the expression on his face. This also confirms Rex's guess. Marlon was also satisfied in his heart. He was worthy of being Director Lee. I only gave a slight hint, and Director Lee knew what I was thinking. It seems that the program team also has this intention. He asked tentatively, "I don't know. How will Director Lee arrange it?" Although Rex knew the identity of the leader of the other criminal gang, he would not say it openly. This was probably part of the tacit conditions for their cooperation. He said seriously, "According to the test results of the current program, your son's performance." Marlon's face darkened when he heard this, and he was ready to be scolded and apologize. After all, that brat was really too much on the show. Not only did they feed the police with feces, they also gave them laxatives and even beat them in public. Just as he was thinking this, he was stunned when he heard Rex's words. The performance was really outstanding. Rex was not stingy with his praise. Whether it was the precautions before opening the door or the various measures to deal with strangers after opening the door, they did a great job. From an objective point of view, Oscar's performance is indeed very good. If it was really an enemy, and Rex was allowed to do it himself, he would be more ruthless. As for the fact that two of his police officers were kidnapped, he could only say that they were just inexperienced. Marlon? He was a little confused. What did this mean? Why did he suddenly praise her? Maybe it's just a courtesy? But he soon reacted. The program team probably plans to end this test with a successful safety awareness test challenge. He said with a cough, "Director Lee, I'm so sorry to trouble you. Next time there's a chance, I'll personally ask him to go." Rex said with a smile, "What is Mr. Su saying? I should be the one who is in trouble." Marlon smiled and nodded. It seemed that the director had agreed to his request to withdraw from the competition. "In that case, Director Lee, let's go and complete the formalities." "That's exactly what I meant." The two smiled at each other and seemed to have gotten answers that satisfied them. He was seen walking to the other side. The civilian staff sitting in the corner seemed to have already prepared various contract documents. "Mr. Su, please sign." Rex skillfully handed over the document, contract, and pen. Marlon took the paper and pen, glanced at the title, and nodded slightly. Supplementary agreement on subsequent content of the Safety Awareness Test Popular Science program. If nothing unexpected happens, this is the agreement to withdraw from the competition. Sure enough, the program crew had already had this idea. Otherwise, the contract would not have been drafted so quickly. He didn't even glance at the contents of the contract and wrote down his name in a very impressive manner. Marlon couldn't wait to withdraw from the competition. At this moment, I also gave up the idea of revenge. He was really afraid that if he continued, he would have to bear a huge blame. By then, it won't be Oscar who will be punished, but myself as his guardian. Rex smiled and held out his hand. Thank you for supporting the program team's decision. Marlon nodded as well. It's as it should be, everywhere. Rex said seriously, there is no fixed time for extending the filming of the program in this supplementary agreement. But don't worry, Mr. Sue. Just rest with our program team during this period of time. At the same time, as a guest, we will also pay the corresponding appearance fees. We will also have relevant personnel arrangements on Oscar's side. As he spoke, Rex's mouth curled up slightly. This level of protection is really at its maximum. I'm afraid the leader of the Qinglong gang is completely unable to refuse. Marlon was stunned when he heard this. What the hell? Will the program crew extend the filming? He was completely confused. Wasn't this a withdrawal agreement? Just when Marlon was wondering whether he could change his mind and take it back, Rex gave him a reassuring look and said with a smile, Mr. Sue, don't worry that our production team will go back on their word. The penalty for breach of contract this time is 100 million. Marlon. Chapter 38, Is There Another Expert? Penalty for breach of contract, 100 million. As soon as these words came out, Marlon was about to say something to regret it, but he swallowed it back in an instant. Mr. Sue, do you have any other questions? Rex raised his eyebrows, noticing that Marlon was hesitant to speak. No. Marlon sulked and waved his hands quickly. It was there just now, but it's gone now. That's because I really can't afford to pay for it. But when Marlon thought about it carefully, he felt that these terms were not unacceptable. At least I don't have to go home and be bullied by that kid. Since they're not at home, how can that kid play a prank on him? Can you reach your hand into the internet cable and slap yourself? Not only that, the program team can also provide me with a place to rest, and I even receive an appearance fee as a guest. When I think about it this way, I feel like I've made a lot of money. At the same time, another rapid knock on the door was heard through the surveillance camera in the hall. Boom, 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 boom. Even the frequency of knocking on the door has some rhythm and regularity. Oscar was stunned. He couldn't help but look back at the two gangsters tied to the ground. He felt a little broken inside. Is this criminal organization ever going to stop? It would be fine if it was just one or two, but why are there so many more coming? He hasn't figured out what to do with the two people on the ground yet, so why is there more people coming? Is there any other expert? Oscar couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn, Marlon actually hit it so deeply. At the beginning, Oscar was somewhat skeptical about Marlon's identity as the mastermind behind the incident. After all, the system only gives a vague guidance, not a certainty. But seeing Marlon's younger brothers coming to him one after another, he couldn't help but be certain. If he is not a boss-level figure, why would he have so many followers coming to him? He couldn't help but glance at the electronic cat's eye. However, the next moment, Oscar's pupils contracted sharply, and he was completely shocked by the cat's eye image in front of him. This time, there were not just one person but several people coming outside the door. The outfits of several people were also very consistent, with various shirts and jeans. Through the cuffs of their shirts, you could see that almost all of them had tattoos on their hands. The man in the lead was wearing a pair of glasses and a slim white shirt, and his exaggerated muscles could even be seen through his sweat. The most important thing was that the guy seemed to have a pistol in his hand. Is there any need to think about this? He definitely doesn't look like a good person. Oscar turned around, his heart skipping a beat. Is this old man so awesome? At this time, he was a little undecided. Cautious Oscar also remembered a fatal oversight. If these people were Marlon's minions, that would be fine. But if it was Marlon's enemy, wouldn't he be dead? Old Deng kept the secret so secret that Oscar had no idea what the criminal organization under Marlon was called or what its characteristics were. It would be fine if he was alone. He thought he could handle it a little. But the question is, are they a group of people? Oscar's eyes fell on the two guys on the ground, and his expression changed. If these two guys are accomplices outside the door, if those people saw these two guys being knocked to the ground by me, wouldn't I be in trouble too? While there was no movement outside the door, he quickly dragged the two people from the living room to the bedroom. After doing all this, his eyes fell on Wang Tai in the bedroom again. At this time, this strong man was still crying silently. Although he was crying loudly, it still made some noise. If we were discovered, it would be difficult to deal with. Oscar took a deep breath and said, Brother Wang Tai, are you thirsty? Wang Tai collapsed even more when he heard this. It would have been fine if this kid had just beaten me up, but he actually laughed at me like this. Oscar couldn't help but feel a headache, and then he suddenly spoke seriously. That's it. Just keep quiet for a while. I immediately acknowledge you as the 47th successor of the Great Xia ancient boxing technique, and I will teach you all the Great Xia ancient boxing techniques I know. From that moment on, you will have no weaknesses. Even I, the Devil Muscle Man, am no match for you. If I said this to someone else, it might not have any effect. Oscar, who just beat him up. After all, Wang Tai didn't believe in the existence of the Devil Muscle Man at the beginning. He thought Oscar was just bluffing him. But when the fight really started, Wang Tai found that even with his top-notch karate skills, he was completely defeated. This guy's brain wasn't working very well to begin with. But when he heard Oscar as promised, his eyes lit up. Real? Oscar nodded heavily. Of course, I promise to God. As long as you learn it, I, the Devil Muscle Man Marlin, will definitely not be your opponent. When saying these words, Oscar looked straight at Wang Tai without blushing or beating his heart, appearing to be particularly sincere. Of course, it was because Oscar could never be Wang Tai's opponent, and he used the name Marlin. I agree. Wang Tai nodded quickly, but thought to himself, I'm so damn smart, I'm going to make a fortune this time. This kid is so stupid. With such little conditions, he can actually learn the ancient Daxia boxing. It seems that I have the potential to become a great general in the world. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this guy was easy to fool. But at this moment, there was another knock on the door. Boom, 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 boom. Oscar raised his eyebrows, and the rhythm and frequency were the same as last time. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be some kind of secret code for contact. What if we don't care? He had no doubt that these people would force their way in. So what should I do? The apartment is designed with fully enclosed anti-theft nets on all floors, including the 3rd floor. Even if you want to escape at this time, there is no chance at all. He was a little annoyed that Lao Deng had run away. I should have run away earlier. Oscar couldn't care less about all that. He could only take one step at a time. He quickly closed the bedroom door and went back to the front door. He thought for a moment, then knocked back according to the pattern and rhythm of his previous knocks. At this time, outside the door, Li Hu from the Qinglong gang and a group of his younger brothers were extremely anxious. They got the latest news from the insider that a powerful group wanted to frame the boss, and a conflict might even break out if the situation allowed. These two criminal organizations have always been incompatible, and the leader of a powerful group died suddenly some time ago. The conflict between the two families became even deeper. In this context, if the leader of the Qinglong gang was caught by the gang, he would definitely die. So Li Hu, who was eager to protect his master, immediately rushed over with his men without saying a word, ready for a fierce battle. The specific location is this apartment. Although I was a little confused, I didn't see any people from the group ambushing on the road. However, they were so eager to protect their master that they could not care less. Now that the boss has lost contact, they must make sure he is safe. Brother Hu, why don't you open the door? Are you sure it's here? We've never heard that the gang leader is here. Li Hu adjusted his glasses and said in a deep voice, What do you know? If we can easily know where the gang leader is, can we be safe? That makes sense. Several younger brothers nodded. He looked at the note in his hand. Although the letter F was a little blurry, he could still vaguely recognize it. Sunshine Community, Building F, 305. Liumbria Nudda. The address should be correct. At this moment, there was a regular knock on the door. Boom, 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 boom. Hearing the voice response, Li Hu and others' eyes lit up. It's here indeed. Chapter 39 Director. Didn't you arrange this person? Rex has been a bit busy lately. Originally, he was just directing a security awareness test program, but now he felt like he was back in the criminal investigation team. A police officer in a blue shirt hurried over, glanced at Marlin, and whispered in Rex's ear. Minister Lee, you asked the Bureau to investigate cases in the past 5 years and compare the results. Marlin has long been accustomed to such scenes. He met the other's gaze and returned a polite smile. Director Lee, you guys are busy. I'm going to go for a stroll. Marlin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's not easy for the people in these program crews. They have to investigate the case while broadcasting live. It's really hard work. But the police officer couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said with some dissatisfaction, Damn it, Minister Lee, that guy is so arrogant. Does he really think that we in the Nanjiang Police Department are vegetarians? Do you really think that by comparing the cases in the past 5 years, we still can't find any clues about him? Rex couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he heard that and asked expectantly, Have you found the key clue? No. Rex was silent again, then asked, So you found direct evidence? No. Rex couldn't help but say, Do you think you're funny? But at this moment, there was an indescribable calmness on the police officer's face, and he smiled. But these two words aroused Rex's interest again, and he couldn't help but feel curious. The police officer continued seriously. We found some clues that were not critical. Rex rubbed his head and felt a little confused. How could he have such a subordinate? Speak. Upon hearing this, the police officer immediately told his investigation. After a lot of comparisons by the Bureau, as well as information from various case files and transcripts, we found that this Marlon had overlaps with the files of several cases. Although there is no direct evidence that he is related to the case, it also proves that he is unusual. According to the investigation, he frequently came into contact with many members of the criminal organization Qinglong. At least 10% of the members have been in and out of this tattoo shop. Besides that, we found a key clue. The leader of this criminal organization called Qinglong is named Sue. Rex heard this and glanced at Marlon, who was strolling in the distance, and nodded slightly. The last name matched, and the tattoo features matched. There are overlaps in the cases, and it seems that all the clues are leading them in the right direction. But these groundless pieces of information cannot serve as key evidence. He is worthy of being the most hidden leader in Nanjiang's underground. Using the identity of a tattoo artist to conceal one's identity can eliminate many suspicions even if the criminals confess. The distinctive feature of the Qinglong organization is tattoos. Logically speaking, this should be the flaw and weakness of this organization. But Marlon took advantage of this and kept his identity secret. No wonder there are so few records of this person in the Nanjiang police station. No wonder he dared to stroll in front of the police. However, there is a logical problem here. There are only 8 tattoo shops in Nanjiang. As one of the more skilled tattoo artists, it is normal for Marlon to come into contact with these people. I guess I can often come into contact with other tattoo artists, except that my last names don't match. After all, tattoos are a standard requirement for joining the Blue Dragon. However, with all the clues, this issue was obviously overlooked. Rex nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yeah, well done. I still have to trouble you brothers to work overtime at night these days. These suspicious files with clues will be thoroughly investigated." He thought for a moment, then pulled out a wallet from his pocket that was so worn out that the leather on the surface was peeling. He rummaged through it and took out 2 red bills. But Rex hesitated slightly, took out 4 more bills from his wallet, and handed over a total of 600 yuan. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, his hand holding the money shook again. "Take it and treat everyone to a midnight snack." The police officer didn't want to take it at first, but he knew he couldn't overcome the man's temper, so he just accepted it. Besides, there were many people in the director's room, and he didn't want to pull and attract other people's attention. He nodded, opened the door, and left in a hurry. At this time, the sound of knock-knock was heard from the surveillance camera in the hall. In the director's room, several staff members noticed this immediately. Oscar's actions were all seen in the surveillance camera in the hall. They talked in low voices with some confusion. "What's going on? When did the director arrange this person?" Another staff member also shook his head and guessed. "I don't know. Could it be that it was arranged when I went out to answer the phone just now?" "It's possible." The man also nodded and sighed. After all, James and Wang Tai were both kidnapped. The director must be very disappointed with our performance. The director might have borrowed the testers from other departments. In the program team, most of the police officers are from the propaganda department and are basically civilians. Of course, there are also those like Wang Tai who have been punished. They thought that the director probably disliked them and transferred someone from the front line. "Just stop talking, the director is watching." The two immediately pretended nothing had happened and worked seriously. On the other side, Rex had just finished the conversation and also noticed the footage on the surveillance camera. He looked at the crowd with some doubt. When will the program team arrange people to come for on-site testing? He actually had no idea about it at all. How could he arrange the test without even asking the director? But after thinking about it, Rex decided not to pursue the matter. Ever since he reached some kind of agreement with Deputy Director Zhang, his focus has been on trying to get information from Marlon indirectly. As a live exercise program, it naturally has to look like a program. It's impossible to let those audiences just watch primary school students do their homework, right? Then Rex frowned. "What's going on? Didn't the testers bring micro cameras and communication equipment? Without even a picture, what are the audience watching?" Several staff members looked at the director with an innocent look on his face. "Isn't this the person you arranged?" Several people didn't dare to talk back. After all, the program was being broadcast like this, and the leaders above were constantly on the phone. The director was probably also very angry. The staff member said in a low voice, "Then I'll arrange for someone to deliver it now?" "Forget it." Rex waved his hand and didn't bother to pursue the matter. "It is definitely too late to send the equipment now, which will affect the test results." Marlon came over and smiled. "Director Lee, there's no need to get angry over such a small matter. Isn't it just the surveillance footage outside the gate? I have it here." Several people were stunned and looked at Marlon. The tattooed big brother looked proud. "What era is it now? My home has installed a smart cat eye, which is connected to the internet." After Marlon's interaction with the staff, finally, the scene seen through the smart cat's eye outside the door was synchronized with the live broadcast screen. At this moment, everyone in the director's room began to observe the scene outside. Outside the door, several sturdy figures, dressed as gangsters, appeared in the camera. Especially the muscular man with glasses who was in the lead was particularly eye-catching. Several staff members also sighed in low voices. As expected of the director's choice, he really looks like those criminals. If they didn't know, they would hardly be able to tell whether he was an actor or a criminal. The images of these guys are obviously very different from the previous guy with the flat head. Even if they don't say anything, you can feel the invisible temperament of these people just from their appearance. This temperament is very obvious. Even ordinary people can tell the feeling of being a gangster or a hooligan just by taking a glance. Rex's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he turned around and asked, "Where did you find this person? He looks pretty good." "Finally, he looks like a gangster." As the words fell, horror appeared on the staff's faces. "Director, didn't you arrange this person? Chapter 40, is it possible that he is the real criminal?" "What? I didn't make any arrangements?" Rex made a sharp explosion in the studio. "Didn't you arrange these people?" The staff responded like startled groundhogs. "It wasn't arranged by us." "Really? It's really not." The two of them stared at each other and fell into silence. "Then explain to me, who arranged this?" Rex's face looked a little unhappy at this time, and he had some guesses in his mind. He had probably figured out something by now, but that was the worst outcome. Could it be someone from Orange TV? After all, I think only Orange TV has such rights on the show. He couldn't help but ask, "Go and ask if it was arranged by Orange." The staff member came back soon, his face not looking good. "Director, I asked, it's not Orange's side. It's over. I'm really fucked now. Even if we use the process of elimination, we should be able to figure out where these people came from." In the director's room, everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on the live broadcast screen. The popularity at this time is unprecedented. Countless netizens and viewers are talking about it with relish. The appearance of these criminals seemed to completely ignite the audience's passion. Everyone was excitedly discussing Oscar's opponent in this test. Fuck, the production team is finally going to increase the difficulty. This time the production team spent a lot of money and sent 5 people directly to the door. "Brother Shao, this is not for free, right? Oh my god, the pistol props are ready. This is so exciting. Directly rank up in a 5-man team. I wonder how Zyahage will deal with it. Look at the images of these actors. They look just like the real ones." Dense barrages of comments flew past, covering the entire screen. If the show is suspended at this time, it will definitely lead to irreversible risks. But now, they are facing an extremely serious broadcasting accident. Rex's back was already beginning to sweat. If anything unexpected happens during this live broadcast, they will all be held responsible. Among them, a large number of police forces in the surrounding area have already been on the way to escort Snake and other criminals. At the same time, the remaining people in the program team were not even enough for them to carry out rescue operations. Sunshine Community can be said to be isolated and helpless. The crisis of this program can only be solved by themselves. Not far away, Marlon came over with an attitude of watching the fun, a little confused. "You don't know? Then who arranged this actor?" He analyzed with a scrutinizing look. "The makeup effect is good. We must have hired a professional. And the number of people tested is no longer limited to one person, but a group of people." The authenticity of the criminal's performance came out immediately. "It's absolutely amazing. Your production team is very aware and made changes so quickly." Marlon seemed to be amazed by the performances of these actors and kept commenting. "Look at the leader for eyes. The way he holds a gun is so natural. It looked like they were going to shoot at any moment. Sure, Director Lee, we have all these props ready. But we have already agreed that we should not be polite to that kid if we can, and we should punish him accordingly. Besides, Obviously, this innocent and fierce old man with tattoos has no idea what this means. At this time, the staff member swallowed and interrupted him with a long voice. Mr. Sue, I mean, it's possible. Is it possible that he is the real criminal? Huh? Marlon choked, and his voice broke with fright. He glared at the surveillance camera, then glared at the two of them, obviously somewhat suspicious. Really a criminal? Apparently. Marlon looks fierce and even gives people tattoos frequently. Although those men were all tall and strong, and each one more ferocious than the other, at least they were never vague about paying. What's more, in his opinion, a tattoo is just a symbol and does not mean good or bad. I have never encountered an armed gangster before. The control of guns in Dacia is extremely strict, and those who are able to carry guns are mostly vicious criminals. He turned around slowly and smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, you have got to be kidding me. Director Lee, what do you think? Rex, who was originally a little worried, suddenly came to his senses after hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, and regained his composure. At this time, Marlon was still acting in front of him. But this reminded Rex. In the extremely tense situation just now, he actually forgot Marlon's identity as the leader of Qinglong. Excluding the situation where the actors came to visit, there is only one possibility. These people are indeed real criminals and lawbreakers. That means these people are either here to protect their leader or to seek revenge. Unfortunately, those people who were planning to take revenge and frame others have all been arrested by the criminal investigation team. These guys' clothes cover their arms and other parts of their bodies. But from the cuffs and necks, you can still see that these people have tattoos. From this, we can judge that these people are most likely from the Qinglong organization. That is Marlon men. In this case, Oscar, as the young master of this force, would not be in danger. Rex suddenly smiled knowingly and responded in coordination with the acting. I'm kidding, of course. This action made the surrounding staff a little uneasy. The director is just too careless. After such a broadcasting accident, you still have the mood to joke? Someone leaned over and whispered, Director, should we request backup? Rex waved his hand calmly, showing full confidence. It's okay. Just treat it as a normal live test. Seeing this, Marlon breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but admire him. No matter how slow he reacted, he had actually figured it out in his heart. Most of those people are real criminals. Marlon guessed that these people should be arranged by the Nanjiang police station. The staff member who was whispering just now should have passed this information to the director. That's why Rex suddenly showed a look of confidence. After all, the only people who can bring out real criminals for door-to-door testing are the police, who bring out the prisoners in custody. In short, it is impossible to cooperate with criminal organizations. Since Director Lee was so confident, he naturally felt relieved. He is a rough guy and doesn't have much brains. At this point, I decided to use a little lowbrow humor to lighten the mood. He said in a joking tone, Don't worry, officers. If we can't finish this, we'll be fine. Marlon, I will deal with these criminals myself. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Marlon waved. In the director's room, everyone looked at Marlon strangely, then suddenly came to their senses. No wonder the director suddenly stopped worrying. This Marlon is showing off because he saw his younger brother. Wow, this guy is so crazy. You don't even want to act anymore, right? Marlon scratched his head in confusion. Isn't it funny? He was shocked. Did these people really think they could deal with these criminals? Marlon's face turned pale, and he touched his only remaining abdominal muscle, feeling a little guilty. No, I was just joking. How come you all believed it? Chapter 41 doesn't seem like a security awareness test. It feels like a medical condition discussion. Boom, boom, boom. The correct response from inside the door made Li Hu and others look at each other and nod slightly. But this alone is not enough to allay their concerns. After all, Li Hu is a core member of the Qinglong gang and has always acted cautiously. Before coming, they were prepared to fight a tough battle with a powerful group, so they did not let their guard down at all. If you think their contact code is so simple, you are wrong. In the Qinglong organization, there are more than 20 kinds of secret codes, gestures, etc. And Li Hu happened to master the highest level code. Although the entire code only consists of one action, knocking. But the actual meaning is not that simple. The knocking on the door seemed hurried and chaotic, but it actually had its own unique pattern. And in this secret code of contact, once someone speaks actively, it means the contact has failed. After all, these gangsters are all about tricks. As for why not design some jargon or passwords? That's because the mysterious leader of the Qinglong gang doesn't want his voice to be leaked. in a sense, except for core members like Li Hu. Most of the other members never knew what their leader looked like. While thinking, Li Hu quickened the pace of knocking on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The appearance of this scene made the netizens in the live broadcast room particularly nervous. To them, the hasty knocking on the door undoubtedly represented the impatience of the tester who was playing the role of the gangster. If you don't get a timely response, it is very likely that, like Wang Tai before, there is a risk of breaking in by force. After all, it is a live broadcast of a safety test. No matter how the ending turns out, opening the door is obviously the most important step. At least a high probability can determine whether the test is successful or not. Even though the audience knew that this was not the first time Oscar had faced such a test. But in view of the performance in previous tests, the audience had no doubt that Oscar had the possibility to open the door directly. There have been too many twists and turns, and the audience's discussions have obviously become much more conservative. You said, little brother, you won't open the door directly again this time, right? Not really? There are 5 criminals this time. Even if the kid were to burn incense to Guangdong, he couldn't possibly fight 5 people at once. Giving drugs is definitely not an option. The production team will not make the same mistake again. On the other side of the door, Oscar was slightly stunned and a little confused. What do these big brothers outside mean? It's fine if you just come to the door, but why just knock without saying anything? Are they dumb? Well, not quite. After all, I have never seen a criminal gang that can gather 5 mutes. He analyzed it carefully. Judging from the force of the knocks on the door, there didn't seem to be any particular violence. Moreover, the other party was extremely patient, and the strength of the knocking was kept at a balance point. Unlike Wang Tai, who was so stupid, he banged against the door so hard that he wanted to tear it down. This temporarily eliminates the risk of forced entry. Oscar raised his eyebrows. Are they still communicating with each other in secret codes? He keenly discovered it through the sound of knocking. The sound of knocking on the door seems chaotic, but it can be divided into 2 parts. One section beats like the beating of a heart, slow and rhythmic. The other part is completely irregular. The chaotic sounds covered up the regular sounds, just like random knocks on the door. But Oscar figured it out immediately. This is 2 hands tapping at the same time, on the premise that one hand claps once per second. The other hand needs to tap 3 or 4 times per second. It is extremely difficult to do this alone. This kind of percussion rhythm is a bit like some kind of technique in music beat. If you haven't been specially trained, you can't achieve this level. It was a pity that their opponent was the music class representative of Class 5, Grade 6 of Nanjiang No. 1 Primary School. At this moment, the knocking sound suddenly stopped. Oscar hesitated for a moment, then immediately quickened the pace of his tapping and began to respond. At this moment in the live broadcast room, everyone was curious about how Oscar would respond. As a result, Oscar began to knock on the door impatiently. There was a hint of shock on their faces. What the hell is this operation? Isn't the kid too arrogant? How dare he knock on the door and provoke the criminals at this time? Does the kid want to deliberately irritate the testers? While they were wondering whether these criminals would break into the door by force, then they saw an extremely strange scene. There was no communication between the 2 sides inside and outside the gate, and they were knocking on the door at the same time, making an extremely chaotic sound. The 2 sides seemed to be competing with each other, and the knocking on the door became faster and faster. The audience was dumbfounded. Where did this weird actor come from? How come he is addicted to it? Not a kid. You seem to be playing too? Is this really a door-to-door test? This process lasted for almost a minute. The knocking on the door gradually stopped. Several younger brothers looked at Li Hu. They obviously didn't know the secret of the contact code, so they asked, "How's it going, Tiger?" "The code is correct." Li Hu nodded, then shook his slightly swollen right hand and said in a deep voice, "It shouldn't be the boss." But since he was able to match the code, he must know where the boss is. The other party was also very alert and knocked on the door to confirm for several minutes before stopping. At this time, Li Hu was a little confused. Wasn't the secret code correct? Why doesn't the other party open the door? Li Hu thought about it and sighed in his heart. As expected of the boss confidant, this awareness is one of vigilance. It seems that he is worried that his secret code may have an element of luck. In this secret meeting, you cannot speak actively. So he started knocking on the door again. The audience in the live broadcast room has become speechless. They were filled with great anticipation and anxiety, and ended up watching the 2 people knocking on the door for more than 10 minutes. There was no dialogue, no verbal exchange. Just knock on the door. Through the peephole, one could see that the leader's hands were swollen from the fight. After a short break, he continued knocking. Where did the program crew find this weirdo? All he can do when he shows up is knock on the door. At least say a few harsh words. You said the production team must be trying to shorten the show, right? This doesn't feel like a safety awareness test. It feels like a medical consultation. Speechless, there comes a knock on the door. I waited for so long in vain. Are you sure these are normal people? At this moment inside the door, Oscar also had a confused look on his face. He rubbed his red hands with a strange look on his face. At first, he wondered if this was a secret code, and was extremely cautious, fearing that he might miss any beat. But after knocking for 10 minutes, Oscar denied this guess. He suddenly felt that these people were a little abnormal. These burly men came and started knocking on my door without saying a word. Oscar suddenly thought that these criminals might be suffering from some serious illness. At this time, he was a little suspicious that these people were not communicating with him in secret signals at all. I just thought it was fun to knock on their doors. I just knocked on it for fun. If we really give them a rubber band, they will probably make it into a slingshot and use it to shoot at their windows. Oscar thought about it, walked away, dialed a number, and said seriously, "Hello, is this a mental hospital?" "Yes, there is a mental patient outside my house, and his condition is very serious." Chapter 42, don't go. I've arranged a special car for you. Yes, the condition is quite serious. Those few people don't look right at first glance, Oscar said seriously to the little genius. According to the habit of the prank system, as long as Oscar faces any danger, the corresponding task prompt will be triggered. Faced with these seemingly ferocious men, the system did not react at all. He also had to suspect that these people were truly psychopathic. As for the pistol, it might just be a toy model of a lighter. Oscar glanced outside the door and found that those people were still knocking on the door happily. So he continued to add, Yes, 305, Building F, Sunshine Community. Come quickly, the patient is very seriously ill. Remember to bring more people, and bring more electric batons and other things. These guys seem to have absolutely no self-awareness and are likely to violently attack and hurt someone. When these words came out of Oscar's mouth, the audience in the live broadcast room simply couldn't stop laughing. No one expected that Oscar's train of thought would be so unique. Netizens even expressed their approval of Oscar's actions. Ha, I also think they are crazy. Little brother is awesome. Why didn't I think of this? Whoa, Gianus? How can you pass the show test like this? I am dying of laughter. You are indeed a kid, brother. It has to be said that in previous programs, it was almost always the opening or closing of the door that determined the victory or failure of the challenge. But when watching Oscar's performance, I found that the door to a new world had opened. In the director's room, countless staff members were shocked. Most of them actually knew that these people might be the real criminals. Compared to ordinary people, the workers are actually more worried about how Oscar will handle the situation. At the same time, they also knew that if Oscar opened the door directly or angered the criminals this time, the consequences would be unpredictable. But until Oscar called the mental hospital, the staff were stunned. Can a show be so challenging? Rex was equally relieved. As a director, he naturally does not want any accidents to occur during the filming of the live program. A major broadcast accident like this. If Oscar doesn't perform well, this show and the Nanjiang police station will be really finished. But this matter is definitely not that simple. At least from the cat's eye, it can be seen that some of the criminals are carrying guns. If that were true, a head-on conflict could ensue. These extremely vicious criminals are obviously not something that a mental hospital can handle. In order to be absolutely sure, they naturally have to make corresponding arrangements. Rex waved over two policemen and whispered, "Check the psychiatric hospital Oscar just contacted. Find a way to contact the doctors at the hospital and have a few plainclothes officers work with the hospital. Also, find a way to get some reinforcements from the police station. Remember, nothing can go wrong." The two policemen nodded and left in a hurry. Marlon consciously. He found that the latter grinned instead and didn't care about his little brothers at all. Outside the door, Li Hu and several of his younger brothers were a little puzzled. "Why haven't you opened the door yet? It's been so long since you've gotten the code right? Li Hu looked at his hands with some doubt. Was he right or wrong? "Brother Hu, why don't you go and ask?" several younger brothers advised. Li Hu frowned. Logically speaking, verbal communication would not be possible during the docking process. But in this situation, if I don't say anything, am I just going to wait at the gate? He thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It would be fine as long as he kept quiet. "I'll phone, you come and ask." Afong nodded, but after thinking for a long time, he still didn't know how to address the person in the room. It is said that the man is the boss's confidant and his status must be higher than. Finally, Offing hesitated for a long time and slowly uttered 2 words. Are you there? Others couldn't help but cover their faces, wondering how could there be such brothers. It's so embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Lihu couldn't help but slap his younger brother on the head. Are you there? Are you there? Who taught you to greet people like that? Afong looked up and asked with some grievance. Brother Tiger, how should I greet you? Lihu was silent for a moment and said seriously. At least out of you in front of it. Several younger brothers nodded in deep concern. Hence, Afeng's cautious voice continued to be heard, fearing that he might anger the big shot inside. Are you here? Oscar fell silent upon hearing this. He still underestimated the illnesses of these people. These criminals are quite polite. At first he thought that only the leader was sick. The others should be considered guardians or something. It now appears that the remaining few people are also seriously ill. Not here. He really didn't want to bother with these mental patients. Outside the door, Afong turned around and said seriously, Brother Tiger, he said he's not here. What to do? Lihu was silent and couldn't help but slap his younger brother on the head again. Not here. Not what he said. Afong, however, looked enlightened and suddenly began to analyze seriously. Brother who? Is he hinting at something? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense not to communicate with us. Hearing Offing's words, he frowned slightly and looked thoughtful, as if he realized something. That's right. There is a problem. The voice behind the door was very childish and obviously processed. In the secret communication of Qinglong, if the connection is successful, it is impossible not to open the door. The 2 words not here are definitely hinting at something. What is the most taboo thing about joints? The tail was not shaken cleanly. They might have been followed on their way here. Of course, there is good news here. That is, at least we can confirm from the person inside the door that the boss should be fine now. When he realized this, Lihu's expression changed slightly and he showed a hint of guilt. They came here rashly, and not only were they unable to help, but they also hindered the boss and implicated him. Sure enough, the next moment Lihu's cell phone suddenly started flashing. It was a text message from an unknown sender. He clicked on it and his face darkened. The police have already arrived at Sunshine Community. The text message only contained a few short words. Lihu took a deep breath and said, We were set up. He believed that he was not followed by anyone along the way and did not appear in any surveillance footage. Unexpectedly, the police got wind of the news. There was no other possibility except that I was framed. Boss, let's go. Several younger brothers looked panicked. Lihu turned over, hid in the shadows, and looked out the window. I'm afraid it's too late. That Wuling Hongguang must be the police's disguise car. Those guys wearing short sleeves are also in plain clothes. We probably won't be able to leave. He looked at the closed door and spoke. Let's go. Don't get caught here. Don't drag down the boss. Oscar, who was inside the gate, couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. I'm already starting to get nervous. I'm afraid these people's conditions are serious. Oscar noticed that several people outside were about to leave. He suddenly came to his senses and shouted hurriedly. Wait a moment. I just called the mental hospital, and these people are gone. If you come to the mental hospital and don't see anyone, won't you get yourself into trouble? Who knows, he might just be arrested to make up the numbers. Lihu and others stopped immediately. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the adult inside the door would take the initiative to keep them. What's wrong? Faced with their questions, Oscar was silent for a moment. It's impossible to say that I called someone from the mental hospital. He thought about it and said seriously, Don't go. I've arranged a special car for you. Chapter 43, Prisoner Number 3, codenamed Psychopath, is ready to join the team. Special car. Hearing this, several people headed by Lee who were slightly stunned, and their hearts were suddenly touched. Even at this time, the boss is still thinking about him. Lee who himself felt guilty for having brought trouble to the boss due to his rash arrival. But unexpectedly, even so, the mysterious man was still considerate enough to arrange a special car. Thinking of this, he felt even more guilty. If I get the chance, I will definitely thank the boss and the mysterious man in the room. Although he was curious about the man's identity, Lihu knew that he shouldn't ask. But they obviously didn't know that. At this moment, all their actions were being broadcast live. It has to be said that Lihu behaved extremely cautiously. In this situation, he did not reveal any information at all. It even makes people feel like a psychopath. Most people don't really have this level of attainment. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers have been amused by the live conversation. It's bad, I'm in a real psychopath. Ha! What a great arrangement for a special car. It's really too high. The realm of the little kid is beyond our comprehension. Where did the program team find these weirdos? They are so funny. In the eyes of countless viewers, 5 burly men coming to the door would be difficult enough for not only children, but even adults. Unexpectedly, such a dangerous situation was cleverly resolved with just one phone call. Countless netizens also began to laugh and make fun of the memes. Carry it away, please welcome the next batch of challengers. The situation was doomed to fail, but was saved by a phone call from the kid. Prisoner number 3, codenamed Psycho, is ready to join the team. The program team has really become a challenger. In the director's room, some staff members also had strange expressions on their faces. They were somewhat skeptical. Were these people really criminals? Are you sure this isn't the actor the director hired? His talent for playing a mentally ill person is almost like acting himself. If you don't have some kind of defect in your brain, you won't be able to say something so meaningful. Rex was also very puzzled. He was very sure and certain that these people were definitely not good people. Even among those little brothers, the police have already identified a suspect. However, these people's actions and conversations are really confusing. Did they come all the way here just to say, "Are you there?" Or "Are you there" to Oscar? Or maybe Oscar's door is so interesting that he came here just to knock on it for fun. The more I think about it, the more something seems wrong. He had no idea what these people were up to. One thing is suspicious, though. Most of the conversations between these people were in whispers. The level of intelligence displayed in normal conversation also seems to be problematic. Make a comprehensive judgment based on these conversations and behaviors. These people really look like psychopaths who just escaped. After all, who is a good person? He would knock on someone's door for 10 minutes. In fact, Rex was a little suspicious at first, wondering if the knocking on the door was some kind of secret signal for contact or communication. He listened carefully for several minutes, but perhaps because the reception was too poor, he did not find any pattern. This was the first time he had absolutely no idea or clue. This former detective fell into deep self-doubt. At this time, in the Fujiang building in the west of the city, a young man in a suit and tie hurried into the office and said with some shock, "Brother Xiaolong, we saw Qinglong's people. Li Hu seems to be here too." When he heard the name Xiaolong, his brows were slightly displeased, but he didn't say anything. As for the reason, it's very simple. In fact, his original name in the underworld was not Xiaolong. The most important thing is that these people not only called me by random names, but they also added the word little in front of Brother Long. After all, his original name, Tyrant, was so domineering, but everyone actually called him Brother Xiaolong. This name was once unacceptable to him. It's just that everyone calls me that, so I've gotten used to it. The 2 words Li Hu obviously aroused his interest. Xia Baojun raised his eyebrows slightly, casually put the cigar in his mouth aside, and asked, "Where did you see it?" The guy in the suit replied immediately, "I saw it on a popular science program." Popular science program? Xia Baojun was stunned and a little shocked. He was obviously confused as to why his opponent was suddenly going crazy. At this time, he did not avoid the limelight and even dared to show up in public. The boy in a suit said in a deep voice, "Brother Xiaolong, it's the show that was recently broadcast live in Sunshine Community. There are police officers involved in that show. That's where the snake was caught." Xia Baojun was stunned. These people must be tired of living and actually mixed up with the police. Could it be that the people of Qinglong are so short of money? You took on this life-threatening job? Wrong. Snake was caught, and his most trusted subordinate, Brother Chong, was revealed to be a traitor. He suddenly reacted. These guys are not doing this for money at all. They're just using the live broadcast to provoke me. After all, Xia Baojun is a senior executive of a powerful group. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? He couldn't help but ask, "What did they do on the show?" The guy in the suit said with a strange look on his face, "They knocked on the door for 10 minutes. Damn it, that's too much." Xia Baojun was angry. The guy in the suit was confused, not understanding why the boss suddenly got angry, and asked tentatively, "Brother Xiaolong, what happened?" Xia Baojun said angrily, "They are beating drums and gongs to celebrate the capture of the snake. They even went live on the show. This is a naked provocation to us." The young man in the suit was stunned for a moment. His confused eyes gradually became clear, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. So this is what he meant. Xia Baojun took a deep breath and continued to ask, "What did they do besides knock on the door?" The guy in the suit thought for a moment and said seriously, "They didn't seem to do anything, just said a few words. Are you there? Are you there? Damn it! Xia Baojun couldn't help himself. These Qinglong people are too arrogant. You know Snake has been caught, but you still ask if he's there? This TM is deliberately looking for trouble. The guy in the suit came to his senses and became angry as well. Oh my god, so this is what it means. At first he was still laughing, saying that the people from Qinglong acted like lunatics on the show. It's like shitting in the street, totally embarrassing. After listening to Brother Xiaolong's explanation, he suddenly realized that Qinglong and his people not only shit in the street, but also shit on his head. Damn, too arrogant. Brother Xiaolong, I can't stand it anymore. Tell the brothers to cut him. Xia Baojun stretched out a hand and said in a deep voice, No hurry, just greet the good brothers. We have to get back our position in the next 2 days. Chapter 44, Damn, Professional. Buzz. Buzz. At this time, outside the Sunshine community, an ambulance from a mental hospital was speeding with its sirens blaring. Li Hu was startled and glanced out the window. People in the community were hurrying around and everything seemed normal. But in his eyes, almost everyone here might be plainclothes officers in disguise. In the distance, vehicles with sirens flashing were coming towards them. His face changed and he looked bad. Sure enough, it was coming towards them. As criminals, you will subconsciously panic when you hear the sound of sirens and flashing alarm lights. Li Hu analyzed calmly. According to the intelligence just received, if the police were already in place, it would only take 5 minutes to surround them. By this calculation, they don't have much time left. Seeing those people gradually moving towards this side, Li Hu felt a little unsure. I hope we won't all end up like this time. Ask Oscar, who was inside the gate. Brother, will the special car arrive in time? When this question came out, Oscar was also stunned for a moment. Are these people worried that there aren't enough beds in the mental hospital? They're all so positive. He nodded and said seriously, Don't worry, we'll definitely make it in time. Don't worry. After he finished speaking, Li Hu breathed a sigh of relief. The serious conversation between the two made everyone in the live broadcast room unable to hold back their laughter. Ha ha ha. She's been sold out, but she's still counting money for the kid. Do they know that the special car is the car of the mental hospital? I declare this the best variety show of the year. Li Hu and others were already frightened birds at this time. They had no time to think about anything else. They just felt a little uneasy when listening to the buzzing alarm outside. From time to time, I would stick my head out to take a look. As they watched the car with its sirens flashing getting closer and closer, Li Hu and the others felt their hearts in their throats. Brother Tiger, are you still waiting? The cops will be downstairs soon. If we wait any longer, we'll be doomed. They were a little desperate at this time, because the special car promised by Oscar never showed up from beginning to end. Li Hu was in a difficult situation. Now they have no choice. It's over. The car is already parked downstairs. Brother Tiger is really screwed now. They are here to find us. Those younger brothers were visibly panicking. At this moment, I even felt a little annoyed. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have waited for that crappy special car and would have just run away. But then, a younger brother's surprised voice was heard. Wrong. What's wrong? That thing doesn't look like a police car. What's going on? Li Hu was a little confused and puzzled. Not a police car? What else could it be? There are not many cars in Daxiao that can flash warning lights and honk continuously. Thinking back carefully, the siren of that car certainly didn't sound like that of a police car. He couldn't help but ask, What car is that? The younger brother stuck his head out of the window, squinted his eyes, and looked down, reading every word. Nan, Jiang, city mental, illness. The younger brother was stunned, then came to his senses and spoke coherently. Nanjiang City Mental Hospital? What's going on? Li Hu and others were also stunned. This is such a coincidence. Is there a mental patient here? However, they did not think too much about it. Instead, they all breathed a sigh of, at least it wasn't a police car. For them, this is good news. However, the next moment, a whistle sound of beep, beep, suddenly came from a distance. This made everyone's hearts, which had been relieved, hang in the balance again. Several people's faces changed, and they said in panic, Brother Tiger, this voice is so touching. It must be a police car this time. Li Hu was also a little anxious. Why didn't the special car that was promised come yet? Although it's a bit offensive to keep asking, but he still couldn't help but ask inside. Brother, where is the special car you arranged? Why aren't you coming yet? Oscar, who was in the house, naturally saw the arrival of the ambulance from the psychiatric hospital. He spoke to calm the patients through the door. Isn't it downstairs? Everyone, rest assured, there will be room for you on the bus. Now Lee, who was a little confused. Apart from the car from the mental hospital, there was no other car downstairs. He even suspected that the brother inside was playing a trick on them. Lee, who asked anxiously, "Brother, where's the car you promised me? Why didn't I see it?" Oscar rubbed his head and thought to himself, "I hope their eyesight is not too good." He said seriously, "That's the ambulance." After he finished speaking, Lee, who was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. Shit, why didn't he think of that? If the police really come to investigate, ordinary vehicles entering and leaving the community will inevitably be subject to inspection. But if it is an ambulance from a mental hospital, it would be different. This is definitely a natural umbrella of protection. Even a police car wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Those younger brothers were not fools. They understood immediately after looking at each other. As expected, the bosses made thorough arrangements. Lee, who couldn't help but smile, and several people looked relaxed. "Thanks, brother." Oscar was stunned, looking at the burly men outside the door with smiles on their faces as if they were returning home, and he felt more relieved. "You're welcome." At this moment, downstairs near Building F, several doctors in white coats got out of the car. The mental hospital logo on their clothes is particularly eye-catching. The Nanjiang police station had already planted personnel among these doctors. The attending physician was walking hurriedly in the crowd, and his ID card could be seen on his chest. Nin Shiwirui, Department, Psychiatry, Physician attending physician. He turned around and said with some surprise, "Officer, are the conditions of those patients so serious? Their violent tendencies actually alarmed even you?" Several police officers nodded, but they were reluctant to reveal the identities of these criminals. However, to be on the safe side, he asked the doctors to make very conservative preparations, such as wearing bulletproof vests. Several police officers also applied for guns and were fully able to control the subsequent situation. Dr. Yi said with some confidence, "But don't worry, officer. We are very experienced in dealing with patients with violent tendencies like this." While speaking, he raised the electric baton in his hand. "By the way, which building is Building F?" The gaps between the buildings in Sunshine Community are not wide, so you have to look at the signs on each building to distinguish them. Upon hearing this, several people looked up and started looking for him. Unfortunately, this community is too old, and the distinguishing letter signs have long faded. If you don't ask passersby or go into the floor and look at the house number, it's really hard to tell the difference. Not surprisingly, they didn't see it. "No need, I found it." Yi Weirui suddenly pointed at the building in the middle and said, "This is it." Several police officers said with some confusion, "Dr. Yi, how did you know?" Dr. Yi pointed to the location on the third floor of Building F and spoke seriously. "See that person over there?" At this time, brother, whose little brother was sticking his head out and looking down. Yi Weirui turned around and explained seriously. With his head tilted and his behavior strange, it's obvious that this guy is a psychopath. Several police officers were shocked. Wow, professional. Chapter 45, I still underestimated their condition.